Imagine being able to sit down and focus deeply on what matters most, without your mind wandering, without checking your phone, without feeling the need to escape every 5 minutes. Imagine having complete control over your attention, your energy, and your time. But be honest, how many times have you sat down to work or think, only to find yourself scrolling, clicking, or chasing noise? We live in a world built to steal your focus. Notifications, endless content, constant messages. It's not just everywhere, it's inside you now. You've trained your brain to seek distraction, and every time you give in, you lose something. Your time, your clarity, your peace. But it doesn't have to stay this way. Today, you're going to discover the tools to take your focus back. Not vague advice, not empty motivation. Real, practical habits rooted in ancient Stoic wisdom that will help you train your mind, regain discipline, and finally escape the trap of distraction. So get ready, because after this video, your attention will no longer be something the world can steal. It will be something you control. But before we start, I want you to make a decision, a commitment. Write this in the comments. Starting today, I take back control of my focus. I am Stoic. This isn't just a sentence. It's a signal, a declaration that you are no longer a slave to noise. Say it, write it, repeat it until it becomes your identity. Now, let's begin. Number 1. Clear your mind with cognitive load journaling. Your mind is not a storage unit. It's not made to hold everything at once. Your to-do lists, your worries, your half-finished ideas, your errands, your goals, your memories. But that's exactly what most people try to do. They keep everything inside their head, hoping they'll remember it all, juggle it all, manage it all. And then they wonder why they feel mentally drained before the day even begins. You don't need more apps, more reminders, more productivity hacks. What you need is mental space. And the simplest way to create that space is through something ancient, powerful, and overlooked: journaling. But not just any journaling. This is not about writing poetry. It's not about documenting your life. It's about clearing your mind, freeing up your mental bandwidth so you can actually focus. It's called cognitive load journaling, and it will change the way you think, work, and live. Your brain, like a computer, has limited RAM. When too many tabs are open, when you're thinking about groceries, your email, a text you forgot to reply to, a project deadline, your weekend plans, your brain slows down. You lose clarity, you lose direction, and worst of all, you lose the ability to focus on what's right in front of you. The Stoics understood this. They practiced self-examination, reflection, and intentional thought. Marcus Aurelius wrote daily in his journal, not to impress anyone, but to empty his mind and sort through the noise of life. So here's what you need to do. Before you start any deep work, before you try to write, study, create, or make an important decision, stop. Sit down with a pen and paper, or a blank screen if you prefer, and take 5 minutes to unload your mind. Write down everything that's floating in your head. Don't edit, don't organize, don't judge, just offload. Write down the random thought about needing to fix your sink, the worry about an upcoming meeting, the idea for a new project, the thing you forgot to do yesterday, the emotion you're feeling right now. Whatever it is, put it down. Think of it like closing browser tabs. You're not solving everything. You're not checking anything off a list. You're simply telling your brain, it's okay, I've captured it. You don't have to hold on to it anymore. Because when you try to focus while carrying mental clutter, it's like trying to run a race while holding bags of groceries. You won't get far. You'll trip. You'll drop things. and you'll wonder why it feels so hard. Now, this habit only works if you do it with intention. Don't just write to write. Write to clear space. Approach it like cleaning your desk before you work. Not because it's pretty, but because it helps you breathe and begin. You might be surprised by what comes out. Sometimes you'll discover patterns in your thinking. You'll see the same worries show up again and again. That's good. It means you're becoming aware of your internal distractions, so you can stop letting them control you. But don't try to fix everything you write. That's not the point. You're not solving. You're capturing. Let your journal be your mind's inbox. Later, when you're not trying to focus, you can go back and process it all. For now, just empty the mental trash. This simple ritual, done every day, will sharpen your focus more than any app or trick. Because the real enemy of focus isn't your phone, it's your overloaded mind. And if Marcus Aurelius, while running an empire, found time to clear his thoughts with a few lines each morning, what's stopping you? 5 minutes is all it takes. 5 minutes to create space. 5 minutes to regain control. So the next time you sit down to work, don't fight the noise in your head. Write it down. Clear it out. Start clean. Because focus isn't just about discipline. It's about preparation. And the most powerful way to prepare your mind is to unload it. Number 2, protect your mind with monastic time blocking. Your attention is not infinite. Every time you switch tasks, check a message, or get interrupted, a little bit of your focus is lost. It doesn't come back right away. It lingers. That lingering fog is called attention residue, and it's one of the biggest reasons you feel tired, distracted, and stuck in shallow work all day. But what if you could escape it? What if you could carve out space in your life where distractions couldn't touch you, where your focus could go deep, where your best thinking could happen, where you could finally finish what matters? That's what monastic time blocking is for. And yes, it's as serious as it sounds. Imagine a monk, alone in his cell, focused on one sacred task: reading, writing, meditating, thinking, with no phone, no email, no noise, no interruptions. That's the model. Not because you need to become a monk, but because you need to protect your time like one. Here's how it works. Every day, you create a 3 to 4 hour block of untouchable time. One window, one stretch of hours. No meetings, no texts, no social media, no multitasking. Just one important thing. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to be sacred. Let's say you choose 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning. You guard those hours like your life depends on them, because in a way, it does. That time is your best mental energy. It's your cleanest thinking. It's your creative edge. If you give it away to emails or distractions, you've wasted your finest hours. Most people spend their best energy on junk. They wake up, check their phone, respond to notifications, react to everything around them. And by the time they get to the work that actually matters, they're already mentally drained. But not you. You're going to treat that block of time like it's holy, because it is. During your monastic block, you focus on one high-value activity, something that moves your life forward. It could be deep work, writing, planning, problem-solving, studying, creating. Whatever it is, it must deserve your full attention, and during that time nothing else exists. No quick replies, no just checking, no open tabs. You eliminate everything that isn't the task at hand. This is not multitasking time. This is flow time. This is where breakthroughs happen, where insights come, where the noise fades and the signal gets clear. The Stoics knew this feeling. They understood the value of deep thought, of full presence, of uninterrupted solitude. Marcus Aurelius would rise early to write, to reflect, to prepare his mind. He didn't waste those hours reacting to the world. He used them to shape it. And you can do the same. But don't wait for the perfect moment to start. Block the time now. Choose your window. Tell the people around you. Build a wall around those hours. Make it known. This is your sacred block. It's not optional. It's not flexible. It's non-negotiable. And be consistent. The power of monastic time blocking comes from rhythm. If you do it once, it helps. If you do it every day, it transforms you. You'll think deeper, work smarter, feel calmer, because you've created a space where your brain can breathe and build. Even if the world is loud, your block is silent. Even if your schedule is full, your block is yours. Even if distractions scream, your block is still. So, when that time comes, when the clock strikes your hour, step into that space like a warrior entering the arena. Clear your desk, silence your phone, take a breath, and begin. Because this isn't just about time management, it's about identity. Who are you when no one is watching, when nothing is pulling you away, when it's just you, your thoughts, and the work that matters? The answer is waiting in your monastic block, and it's stronger than any distraction. Number 3, reclaim your mind with the dopamine reset protocol. Let's be honest, most of the time you're not bored because there's nothing to do. You're bored because your brain has been trained to expect constant stimulation. Every second, every swipe, every click, every hit of pleasure, novelty and noise. And the more you feed it, the more it craves. The more it craves, the less satisfied you feel with anything slow, quiet, or real. That's the trap. A modern addiction, not to any one thing, but to dopamine itself. You've been conditioned to chase, conditioned to escape discomfort, conditioned to avoid silence and stillness at all costs. And because of that, your focus is fading. Your patience is shrinking. Even simple tasks, reading, writing, sitting still, feel impossible. But there is a way back. The Stoics believed in training the mind through discomfort, in learning to live without pleasure so you could become stronger than it. And that's exactly what the dopamine reset protocol is all about. It's not complicated, it's not flashy, but it is radical. Here's what you do. For 24 to 72 hours, you go without anything that gives you instant gratification. That means no social media, no phone, no YouTube, no sugar, no video games, no music, no movies, no junk food, not even books. Yes, you heard that right. Not even books. Because this isn't about learning, it's about emptying. This is a hard reset for your brain, a fast, not from food, but from stimulation. You're teaching your mind to stop reaching for something to fill the silence. You're sitting with the boredom, the discomfort, the stillness, on purpose. Because in that stillness, something powerful happens. You recalibrate. See, dopamine is not evil. It's a natural chemical that gives you drive, motivation, energy. But when it's constantly spiked by artificial things, like scrolling, sweets, or screens, your baseline goes numb. Your brain stops responding to simple pleasures. You feel dull, tired, restless. Nothing feels satisfying. That's why you need to reset. Plan a weekend. Disconnect completely. Go offline. Leave your phone in a drawer. Eat simple food. Walk in silence. Stare out the window. Sit with your thoughts. Let your mind slow down. At first, it will feel painful. You'll feel anxious. You'll reach for your phone out of habit. You'll want to fill the quiet. That's normal. That's withdrawal. That's your brain begging for a hit. Don't give in. Let it pass. Breathe. Observe. You are not your cravings. You are the one watching them. That's where the Stoic strength is, in the space between the urge and the action. By the second day, things start to shift. Your thoughts become clearer. You feel more present. Food tastes better. Silence feels rich. And you begin to see how much of your life was being consumed by artificial stimulation. By the third day, your baseline resets. You no longer need distraction just to feel normal. You can focus. You can work. You can think deeply without needing to escape. After the reset, your mind is hungry again, but not for chaos, for clarity. Suddenly, a walk feels fulfilling. A page of a book feels engaging. A single task feels meaningful. You don't need more, you just need real. The Stoics practiced this kind of reset often. Seneca fasted from comfort to keep his spirit sharp. Epictetus taught that mastery over desire was the path to freedom. They knew that the more you indulge, the more you need. And the more you need, the less power you have over yourself. So take your power back. You don't have to live numb. You don't have to be a slave to distraction. You don't have to chase dopamine every hour just to feel alive. Try the reset. Give yourself 3 days. No stimulation, no shortcuts, no escape. Just you, your breath, and your mind, slowly waking up again. Because stillness is not the enemy, it's the training ground. And when you emerge from it, you'll be clearer, calmer, and stronger than before. Number 4. Break the chain with the keystone distraction audit. Not all distractions are equal. Some are just noise, harmless, small, but others, they're gateways. One small action, one tiny decision, one innocent click, and suddenly you've lost 2 hours of your life. That's the keystone distraction. It's not the biggest distraction you face, it's the first, the one that unlocks all the others, the one that lowers your guard, the one that opens the door and says, just for a second, knowing full well it never stops there. And until you find it and remove it, you'll stay stuck in the same pattern, distracted, scattered, unfulfilled. That's why you need to run a keystone distraction audit, a ruthless, focused investigation into the root of your distraction chain, not the symptoms, not the surface, the start. Think about it. You didn't mean to waste the day, you just checked your email real quick, then you clicked a link, then you opened a tab, then a video, then a message, and before you knew it, you were miles away from where you started. That's how it works. Distraction doesn't hit you like a storm, it sneaks in. But here's the good news. If one small decision can pull you into distraction, then one small decision can pull you out. The Stoics believed in tracing things back to their root. Epictetus taught that if you wanted to fix a behavior, you had to first understand the cause. That's what this audit is all about. Identifying the keystone, the first domino. So here's how to do it. For 1 week, become a detective. Watch yourself closely. No judgment, just awareness. Every time you feel yourself drifting, losing focus, wasting time, falling into digital quicksand, pause and rewind. Ask, how did this begin? What was the first action that led me here? Maybe it's opening your email just to check. Maybe it's unlocking your phone without thinking. Maybe it's tapping an app before you even know why. Whatever it is, write it down, track it. Document the moment your focus began to unravel. By the end of the week, patterns will appear. You'll see that it's not 10 things pulling you away. It's usually just one, over and over again. That's your keystone. And once you find it, you do what any Stoic would do. You confront it. You don't try to be better. You don't rely on willpower. You change the system. You remove the trigger, or you block it, or you make it harder to access. You disrupt the chain at the source. If your keystone is checking email in the morning, delay it until after deep work. If it's YouTube, log out, uninstall, or block it during work hours. If it's your phone, leave it in another room. Use a dumb device. Go analog for a while. This isn't about being extreme. It's about being free. Because here's the truth. Your time is being stolen one small habit at a time. Not by huge events, but by repeated, invisible moments. And every moment matters. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." He knew that distraction was not just an inconvenience. It was a theft of your life's potential. So don't let one small habit dictate the direction of your day. Find the first domino, remove it, and take back your chain of choices. Because when you eliminate the keystone, the rest of the distractions collapse. You don't need more productivity tools. You need fewer traps. Audit yourself. Identify the start of the spiral and cut it off decisively. That's the Stoic way, not to fight chaos at the surface, but to strike at the root. And that root is waiting. It's been hiding in plain sight. Now go find it and reclaim your attention. Number 5. Shape your space with ambient intentionality. Your environment is speaking to you every minute of the day. The question is, are you listening? Or worse, are you letting it control you without even realizing it? Most people live in passive environments. They don't design the space around them. They just exist in it. And then they wonder why they can't focus, why they procrastinate, why they feel unmotivated. But the truth is simple. Your environment is either pushing you forward or pulling you away. That's where ambient intentionality comes in. This is not just about cleaning your desk or lighting a candle. This is about taking back control of your surroundings on purpose, so that everything you see, hear, smell, and touch is a quiet reminder of who you want to become. The Stoics believed in shaping the self through habit and intention, but they also understood the influence of the world around them. Seneca warned about the effect of bad company, bad habits, and unhealthy surroundings. He knew the external shapes the internal. So let's start shaping yours. Take a look around right now. What's in front of you? Is it helping you focus or pulling you into distraction? Is it designed for creation or consumption? Be honest, because here's the hard truth. If the first thing you see when you sit down is your phone, your inbox, or your entertainment apps, then you've already lost the battle. Not because you're weak, but because the environment is stronger than your willpower. Willpower is unreliable. It fades, it gets tired, but environment works 24/7, so why not make it your ally? Here's how you use ambient intentionality. Step 1. Remove cues of distraction, not just physically, but visually. Out of sight, out of mind. That means no phone on your desk, no Netflix tab open, no games, no unnecessary apps, no passive triggers. Make distraction invisible. Step 2. Replace them with symbols of focus. If you want to be a writer, your notebook or your manuscript should be the first thing you see. If you want to learn, have a book open. If you want to build, keep your project tools in arm's reach. Let your space reflect your identity, not your impulses. Step 3. Use your senses with intention. Light a candle only when it's time to do deep work. Play the same instrumental track when you want to get into flow. Use a lamp with warm light during reflection hours. Over time, these small cues become signals to your brain. You won't just work because you should. You'll work because your environment tells you it's time. This is how habits are formed, not just by repetition, but by ritual. You don't have to be perfect. You don't need a minimalist desk or an empty room. You just need alignment. Every object, every sound, every smell, ask, is this helping me focus or making it harder? Even Marcus Aurelius shaped his environment. He kept his journal by his side. He woke early to reflect before the distractions of the empire could touch him. He didn't trust the world to set his tone. He set it himself. And so should you. Your desk is not just furniture. Your room is not just space. Your screen is not just a tool. These things are part of your mind, and if they're not helping you become who you want to be, they're holding you back. So redesign your world. Even a small change, a hidden phone, an open book, a new scent, can shift your state. It's not magic. It's intention made physical. Because focus doesn't just come from within, it starts around you. When your environment reflects your values, discipline becomes easier. When your surroundings match your purpose, motivation becomes automatic. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your environment. So build one that lifts you up. Number 6. Master your focus with the meta-attention loop. Your attention is the most valuable thing you own. It's how you shape your time. It's how you create meaning. It's how you build your life. But how often are you truly aware of where it is? Be honest, most people aren't. 1 minute you're working, the next you're daydreaming. 1 moment you're reading, the next you're scrolling. You didn't plan to drift, it just happened. But here's the truth. Distraction doesn't steal your attention. You give it away. And if you want to stop, you don't just need willpower. You need awareness, a skill the Stoics practiced daily. That's where the meta-attention loop comes in. Meta-attention means attention to your attention. It's the ability to notice where your mind is in real time. Not after you've wasted 20 minutes, but while it's happening. It's like training a part of your brain to watch the rest of your brain. Quietly, calmly, without judgment. This is what separates a focused mind from a scattered one. It's not perfection. It's the ability to notice and return. Because you will drift. Everyone does. Even the most disciplined minds wander. The difference is, some people catch it and come back. Here's how to build this skill. Practice the catch and label technique. Every time you realize your mind has wandered, you catch it. Then, in your mind, you label it. Just one word. That's it. Worrying, planning, craving, remembering, judging, daydreaming. You don't analyze it. You don't beat yourself up. You just see it, name it, and come back. Why does this work? Because labeling breaks the trance. It creates distance. It moves you from being inside the thought to being outside of it. And that small space, that moment of recognition, is where your power lives. It's what Marcus Aurelius did when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He wasn't talking about ignoring thoughts. He was talking about seeing them clearly and choosing not to be owned by them. Every time you label a distraction, you train your inner observer. You sharpen your ability to detect drift faster, and the faster you catch it, the less power it has over you. This isn't a one-time fix. It's a daily loop. You drift, you catch, you label, you return, over and over again, like reps in the gym, but for your mind. And the results are real. You'll start noticing when your attention starts to slip, not after 5 minutes, but after 5 seconds. You'll stop reacting blindly and start responding deliberately. You'll regain control, not through force, but through awareness. That's what separates the wise from the distracted. The ability to witness the mind without becoming it. This is not easy. It takes practice, but it is simple. And the more you train your meta-attention, the more unshakable you become. Because you can't control every thought that enters your head, but you can control what you do with it. So today, start watching. When you work and your mind begins to wander, catch it, label it, return. When you sit in silence and the urge to grab your phone rises, catch it, label it, return. When you're in conversation but thinking about your to-do list, catch it, label it, return. This quiet discipline builds mental strength faster than any app or technique. It sharpens presence, it builds focus, and it deepens your ability to live deliberately. Don't try to be perfect, just try to come back, because every time you return, you reclaim your power. Number 7. Strengthen your mind with input fasting windows. You're not just distracted by devices, you're distracted by consumption. Constant consumption. Information, noise, opinions, updates, conversations, headlines, notifications, podcasts, posts. Always something coming in. You wake up and check your phone. You walk and put on a podcast. You eat and scroll. You work with tabs open. You relax with Netflix. You fall asleep to someone else's voice. Ask yourself, when was the last time your mind was truly quiet? Not empty, quiet, still, undisturbed. If you can't remember, it's time for an input fast. The Stoics prized self-reflection, inner clarity, and deliberate thought. They didn't live in silence, but they made time for it. Time to hear themselves think. Time to wrestle with their own mind, not someone else's. That's the idea behind input fasting windows. It's simple. Every day, you set aside a block of time, 3 to 6 hours, where you consume nothing. No reading, no listening, no watching, no scrolling, no passive input at all, just output. That means creating, writing, building, solving problems, thinking deeply. It means directing your attention outward, from within, not absorbing more from the outside. Why does this matter? Because your mind is not designed to take in information non-stop. When you do, it becomes noisy. You lose clarity. Your original thoughts get buried. You become reactive, jumpy, scattered. You chase one idea after another, never sitting with anything long enough to understand it. But when you stop consuming, even for a few hours, you create space. And in that space, something important returns. Your own voice, your thoughts, your clarity, your creativity, your focus. You start to notice patterns, you make connections, you have insights that can't come from noise, only from silence. Here's how to begin. Pick a block of time during the day when you can go without consuming anything. Maybe it's 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Choose a time when your energy is high and distractions can be avoided. During that time, your job is simple. Create. Do deep work. Write. Solve problems. Think strategically. Reflect. Plan. But do not consume. No social media, no music, no articles, no podcasts, no conversations unless absolutely necessary. This is your time, not the world's. At first, it might feel strange. You'll reach for stimulation out of habit. You'll feel a little lost without something coming in. That's normal. That's your brain detoxing from constant input. Don't quit. Sit with the silence. Work through the discomfort. On the other side of that silence is your clearest thinking. And once you've experienced that clarity, even just once, you'll crave it. You'll realize how rare and valuable it is to simply hear yourself think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." But how often do you visit it? How often do you even get quiet enough to find it? Input fasting is not about rejecting the world. It's about resetting your relationship with it. You'll still consume, but on your terms, after you've created, not before. You'll feed your mind with intention, not out of impulse. And over time, this small practice changes everything. Your thinking sharpens, your ideas deepen, your focus expands, because your mind is no longer buried under a pile of second-hand noise. It's being used as it was meant to be, a tool for building, not just absorbing. So set your window, make it sacred, no exceptions. Because silence is not empty. It's where original thought begins. And if you want to lead your life instead of reacting to it, you must make time to hear your own mind speak. Number 8. Build mental strength with task inversion training. There are two kinds of tasks in your day, the ones you want to do and the ones you avoid. And most people, without even thinking, start with the easy ones, the fun ones, the comfortable ones. But that single choice sets the tone for everything that follows. Because when you avoid discomfort at the start of the day, you teach your mind to serve pleasure first and purpose second. That's the exact opposite of how discipline is built. The Stoics believed that we should do what is necessary, not what is easy. They knew that comfort is a trap, that the longer you delay the hard thing, the heavier it becomes. And they practiced something most people today run from: doing the unpleasant thing first. That's the foundation of task inversion training. It's not complicated. In fact, it's beautifully simple. Every morning, before you do anything enjoyable, before the coffee, before your favorite playlist, before checking messages, you face the one task you've been avoiding. That's it. You invert your natural impulse, because your natural impulse is to seek ease, to start small, to warm up. But that's not a warm-up. It's procrastination wearing a disguise. And the longer you give in, the more you weaken your tolerance for resistance. So what happens when you flip it? Everything. When you begin the day by facing the task that feels boring, frustrating, uncomfortable, or just plain hard, you rewire your brain's reward system. You teach it that discipline comes before pleasure, that progress comes before comfort, and slowly, day by day, you build what the Stoics would call fortitude. Here's how to start. Every morning, ask yourself one simple question. What am I resisting? It might be replying to an email, finishing a report, cleaning something, making a hard decision, having a difficult conversation. Whatever it is, do that before anything else. Not later, not after getting a few things done, not after a boost of motivation. First. This is how you train what psychologists call friction resilience, the ability to move forward even when your mind pushes back, and it gets easier over time. At first, the discomfort curve is steep. You'll feel it in your body: tightness, hesitation, avoidance. But something amazing happens when you do the thing anyway. The fear shrinks, the dread disappears, the mental weight lifts, and suddenly the rest of your day feels lighter. You've already proven to yourself that you're not ruled by comfort. you've already made your most important deposit into the discipline bank. Now, everything that follows feels earned, not escaped. Start small if you need to. One task, 5 minutes. That's all it takes. But be consistent, because this isn't about finishing a task, it's about becoming the kind of person who doesn't avoid them. Track your progress. Keep a simple log. What was the task? How did it feel before? How did it feel after? Over time, the discomfort curve flattens. What once felt unbearable becomes automatic. That's the power of inversion. It transforms pain into power, one decision at a time. Remember what Marcus Aurelius wrote. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I am rising to do the work of a human being. He didn't say, when you feel like it. He said, do the work, because that is what you are here for. So tomorrow morning, when the easy choice is in front of you, stop. Ask yourself, what am I avoiding? Then go straight at it. Not because it's fun, not because it's easy, but because you're training for something bigger, a life where resistance doesn't stop you, because freedom doesn't come from escaping discomfort. It comes from doing what must be done, even when you don't want to. Number 9, strengthen your response with thought rehearsal for interruptions. Distraction doesn't always sneak in quietly. Sometimes it barges in, bold, loud, and without warning. A ping from your phone, a knock at the door, a sudden thought that hijacks your mind. And just like that, your focus is gone. Not because you didn't care, not because you weren't disciplined, but because you weren't prepared. You see, most people expect focus to last on its own. They sit down to work, hoping that nothing will get in the way. But Stoics didn't hope. They prepared. They practiced a method called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. They imagined what could go wrong before it did, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. They rehearsed their response so they could stay calm when life tested them. That's exactly what thought rehearsal for interruptions is. It's a practice, a form of training where you prepare your mind for the exact distractions you already know will come. Because, let's be honest, you already know what pulls you away. You've seen it before, you've felt the urge, you've watched yourself follow it. The question isn't if it will happen again. The question is, will you be ready when it does? Here's how you train. Before you begin a session of focused work or early in the morning, you take a few minutes to mentally prepare for the interruptions you're likely to face. You close your eyes. You visualize the moment. You imagine your phone buzzing next to you. You picture a sudden thought creeping in, maybe the urge to check social media, respond to a message, or chase a random idea. And then, instead of reacting, you respond, calmly, clearly, with intention. You hear the thought and you say to yourself, no, I'll do that after focus time. You feel the urge and you remind yourself, ignore the ping, stay with the task. You sense the craving, but instead of giving in, you say, not now, this can wait. These aren't empty phrases. They are mental commands. When you rehearse them enough, they become automatic. They stop being reactions and start becoming reflexes. Your brain, trained by practice, obeys patterns it already knows. That's the power of rehearsal. You're not guessing in the moment. You're following a decision you already made. And the result? You stay focused, you stay steady, you stay you. This kind of training isn't new. Athletes do it, soldiers do it, surgeons do it. Anyone who needs to stay sharp under pressure practices the moment before it arrives. They build clarity in advance, so when the test comes, they're not surprised. They're ready. Why should your attention be treated with less care? Marcus Aurelius didn't hope to stay composed in chaos. He trained for it daily. He wrote, reflected, prepared. Because he understood, when your mind is calm and your response is trained, you don't panic, you act. So start now. Choose your next moment of focus. Before you dive in, close your eyes. Picture the distraction. Feel the urge and say the words. Repeat them 3 times. Say them with confidence, like a soldier reviewing a mission. Then open your eyes and begin. When the real distraction comes, you'll be ready. You won't drift. You won't follow. You'll return to your work with quiet strength. You'll stay aligned with your intention, not tossed around by impulse. This is what separates the focused from the scattered. Not more time, not more effort, just better preparation. And once you've rehearsed who you'll be in the face of distraction, nothing can shake you. Because you won't just be reacting to the world, you'll be leading yourself through it. Number 10. Reset your attention with tactile anchor tools. Sometimes the most powerful way to control your mind is through your hands. In a world of constant noise, buzzing phones, glowing screens, and non-stop talking, your visual and auditory senses are overwhelmed. They're overstimulated. They're tired. And in that noise, your focus slips away again and again. But what if you could bypass all of that? What if you could return to presence not with another app or another reminder, but with something physical, something quiet, solid, and grounded? That's the power of tactile anchor tools. The Stoics believed in physical symbols, rings, cloaks, staffs, that reminded them of their duties and values. They understood that the body can train the mind, just as the mind trains the body. When things got chaotic, they turned to something they could touch, feel, and return to, a physical cue that pulled them back to themselves. That's what a tactile anchor does for you. It's a simple object, a smooth stone, a textured bracelet, a specific pen, a ring, a coin, a rubber band around your wrist. It's not magic. It's not technology. It's association. You choose one object and give it a purpose, to remind you who you are when your mind starts to drift. Let's say you're working and suddenly your focus begins to slip. You feel the urge to check something. Your mind wanders. You notice it, but instead of panicking or trying to power through, you reach for your anchor. You touch it. You hold it. You feel its texture, its weight, its shape. In that moment, your body sends a message to your mind. Come back. We are here. We are focused. The act is small, but the effect is powerful because it doesn't rely on willpower. It doesn't add more stimulation. It does the opposite. It grounds you in the present, physically and mentally. And the more often you use your anchor, the stronger the connection becomes. Over time, just touching it resets your state. It becomes automatic. Muscle memory. Somatic focus. Your object becomes a switch. When your mind is chaotic, it brings you calm. When you drift into distraction, it brings you back. When you're about to spiral into overthinking, it brings you clarity. This isn't superstition, it's training. It's wiring a habit into your nervous system through repetition and touch. It's giving your focus a form. Choose your anchor carefully. It should be small, portable, and meaningful. You don't want something random. You want something that feels personal, something that, over time, your mind learns to respect. Maybe it's a worry stone you keep in your pocket. Maybe it's a pen you only use during deep work. Maybe it's a simple bracelet you tap when you feel yourself drifting. Whatever it is, don't just use it passively. Give it purpose. Before your next session of work, take the object in your hand. Hold it. Tell yourself, this means presence. This means focus. This is who I become when I touch this. Then, when the moment comes, when your thoughts scatter, when your hands reach for your phone, when your mind starts to wander, you don't fight the urge. You don't panic. You touch your anchor, and you come back. Quietly, steadily, without needing a screen, a sound, or a second guess. That's the Stoic way. Simple, physical, intentional. Your focus is not just a mental state, it's a posture, it's a rhythm, it's a practice built through repetition, and your anchor becomes the tool that helps you return to it again and again. In a noisy world, silence is power. In a world of endless motion, stillness is strength. And in a world of mental drift, a simple object in your hand might be the most powerful reminder of who you choose to be. Number 11. Shape your mind with an attentional diet plan. You are what you eat. Everyone knows this when it comes to food. If you fill your body with junk, your energy crashes, your clarity fades, your health suffers. But what most people don't realize is this: your brain works the same way. Your attention is constantly being fed. News, videos, tweets, comments, ads, conversations, opinions, arguments, voices. Every piece of input you consume is fuel for your thoughts. And just like with food, not all fuel is equal. Some content gives you strength, insight, clarity, and focus. Most of it? It leaves you anxious, reactive, scattered, and distracted. This is why you need an attentional diet plan, a structured, intentional system for what you allow into your mind each day. Not based on cravings, not based on impulse, but based on purpose. The Stoics understood this long before smartphones existed. They were careful about influence, careful about the company they kept, careful about what they exposed themselves to, because they knew what you let in becomes what you think about, and what you think about becomes how you live. Your mental state is not random. It's shaped, it's built, choice by choice, click by click, word by word. So, how do you start? You treat your input the same way you would treat your food. You don't eat everything just because it's there. You don't shovel in garbage and expect to feel good afterward. You choose what you consume based on how you want to feel, think, and live. That means creating a structured, attentional menu. No more grazing on whatever pops up. No more endless scrolling. No more feeding the mind with fear, outrage, gossip, or nonsense. Instead, you choose 2 to 3 high-quality, trusted sources of input each day. That could be a long-form article from a well-curated source, a thoughtful book, a podcast by someone who's earned your respect, a journal entry, a short note from a philosopher you admire, something crafted with intention, not manufactured for clicks. And just like a clean diet keeps your body sharp, this clean mental diet will keep your thoughts sharp. You'll notice it quickly. Your reactivity goes down. Your focus stretches further. Your thinking becomes your own, not just a recycled echo of whatever you consumed that morning. And just as important as what you include is what you eliminate. You already know what the junk looks like. Shallow clickbait, rage-filled headlines, sensational thumbnails, toxic creators, mindless arguments. They're everywhere, and they're designed to get inside your head and stay there. They offer no wisdom, no depth, no value, just friction, noise, anxiety. So cut them off, ruthlessly, unsubscribe, unfollow, mute, delete. You don't owe anyone your attention, especially those who profit from poisoning it. You're not being rude, you're being intentional, because your mind is not a trash can. It's a temple. It's where your decisions are made, your identity is shaped, your future is built. And if you don't guard what goes in, don't be surprised at what comes out. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts." He wasn't being poetic, he was being practical. So give your attention the same care you give your body. Feed it quality, feed it truth, feed it calm, and watch what happens. You'll think more clearly, you'll respond more slowly, you'll create instead of consume. Because your mental space won't be full of noise, it'll be full of you. This is not about deprivation, it's about elevation. You're choosing content that serves your growth, not content that steals your time. Curate your cognitive nutrition with the same seriousness you give to your meals, because in the end, your attention is your life. What you feed it is what you become. Number 12, recalibrate your mind with silence exposure therapy. There is a kind of discomfort most people run from. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't shout, it doesn't even move, but it presses in all the same. It is the discomfort of silence. And today, it's almost unbearable. We live in a world that fears silence. We drown it in music, conversation, noise, entertainment, and endless digital chatter. Every moment of stillness is filled. Every pause is escaped. The instant there's nothing to hear or see or scroll, we reach for distraction. But the problem isn't silence. The problem is what silence exposes. It reveals your thoughts, your impulses, your fears, your restlessness. And for most people, that confrontation is too much. So they run. But the Stoics didn't run. They turned toward it. Silence was their teacher. They understood that if you can't sit alone with your thoughts, you haven't mastered anything. Not your time, not your habits, not your mind. Because a mind that cannot be still is a mind that cannot be free. This is where silence exposure therapy comes in. The idea is simple. You don't meditate, you don't chant, you don't journal, you don't even try to do nothing. You just sit in pure silence. No music, no voices, no screens, no talking, no input. At first, it will feel uncomfortable. Your mind will squirm. You'll want to move. You'll want to check something, fix something, entertain yourself. This is normal. This is the withdrawal of a brain addicted to stimulation. But this is also where the therapy begins, because the longer you stay in the silence, the more your mind starts to slow. You'll hear your own thoughts rise and fall. You'll see how chaotic they can be. But then something else happens. They begin to settle. Like mud in a glass of water, the noise sinks, and clarity rises. You start with 10 minutes. That's all. You sit in silence and just observe. You don't try to empty your mind. You don't control your breath. You don't do mindfulness. You just watch without reaction. And over time, you stretch that silence. 15 minutes, then 30, then an hour. Soon, what once felt unbearable becomes sacred. The silence that once agitated you now calms you, grounds you, centers you. And this isn't just about peace, it's about power. When your mind can tolerate stillness, you become immune to the world's distractions. You don't need noise to feel normal. You don't need entertainment to escape. You don't need to reach for your phone every time your thoughts grow quiet. You've trained yourself to be at ease without stimulation. That is rare. That is strength. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations in silence, early mornings, late nights, alone with his thoughts. Seneca advised practicing discomfort to prepare for life. This is one of the most profound discomforts of our age, and also the most overlooked. Silence isn't empty, it's full of truth. And when you expose yourself to it, deliberately, repeatedly, patiently, you begin to hear the deeper parts of your mind, the parts drowned out by noise, the parts where your real insight, focus, and creativity live. So schedule silence. Not someday, daily, no agenda, no goal, just presence. It will be awkward at first, but keep showing up. The discomfort fades, the resistance softens, and what you're left with is a kind of mental clarity most people never experience, because they never stop long enough to find it. This is the final tool, and it may be the most important, because in silence, everything becomes visible. Your thoughts, your patterns, your impulses, your purpose. And once you can face yourself without flinching, the world has nothing left it can use to pull you away. You weren't born distracted. You were trained to be. Trained by noise, by habit, by comfort, by a world that profits from your broken focus. But now you've seen the tools. 12 disciplines, tested by time, sharpened by Stoic philosophy, grounded in modern neuroscience, that can help you take your mind back. You've learned how to clear your mental clutter, how to guard your time like it's sacred, how to train your focus, reset your craving for chaos, and build an environment that pulls you forward, not down. From cognitive journaling to monastic time blocks, from silence therapy to task inversion, you now hold the keys to clarity. But tools only work if you use them. So here's your final challenge. Choose one, just one. Start today. Start small, but start with intention. And now, leave a comment that locks in your commitment. Write, "Starting now, I train my mind. I choose focus." Say it publicly. Say it clearly. Say it like you mean it. Not because comments boost the algorithm, but because commitments shape identity. Imagine living with an unshakable sense of peace, where nothing and no one has the power to disturb your calm. A life where criticism, offenses, and problems no longer steal your tranquility. It may seem impossible, but the Stoics were able to achieve this while the world around them reacted with anger and frustration. They remained composed, not because they didn't feel emotions, but because they had learned to master them. In this post, I will share how you can achieve the same level of peace by applying Stoic teachings. Once you do, you'll find yourself no longer getting angry or upset with anyone. Not because the world will change, but because you will have transformed yourself. To begin, go to the comments and write, "Today, I start my best version. I am Stoic." By doing so, you commit to taking control of your mind and living with discipline. Now, let's dive into how you can master your emotions and achieve this inner peace. One of the most destructive emotions we can experience is anger. Not only does it harm the people around us, but it also eats away at us from the inside, weakening our minds and leading us to make decisions that we may later regret. The Stoics saw anger as one of the greatest threats to virtue, because when we allow anger to take control, we stop thinking rationally and become slaves to our impulses. Anger is not a sign of strength, but of weakness, a proof that we've lost control over ourselves. Anger is like a wildfire that starts from a small spark. Perhaps it's an offhand comment, an action we perceive as unfair, or an unexpected obstacle. If we feed it with negative thoughts, it grows and quickly spirals out of control, consuming our mental clarity, damaging our relationships, and harming our well-being. Marcus Aurelius wisely suggested that the best way to fight anger is by preventing it from arising in the first place. By learning to recognize the early signs of anger, we can extinguish it before it overwhelms us. The consequences of allowing anger to take over are dire. Not only does it lead to unnecessary conflict, but it also impacts our health. Science has confirmed what the Stoics knew long ago, that anger raises blood pressure, weakens the immune system, and can even trigger cardiovascular issues. Anger is not just a fleeting emotion, it's a poison that, if allowed to grow unchecked, can destroy both the mind and body. As Epictetus taught, it's not the external events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. If someone insults us, it's not the insult itself that harms us, but the value we attach to it. Learning to control our perception is the first step toward mastering anger. When we allow ourselves to be swept up by anger, our actions often become irrational. In the heat of the moment, it might seem justified to yell, insult, or lash out. However, when the storm has passed, we realize that our response only made the situation worse. A moment of anger can destroy relationships that took years to build, and harsh words can leave scars that never heal. Seneca described anger as a brief delirium, a state where we lose control over our words and actions. If we take a moment to observe ourselves closely, we'll notice that most of our angry reactions are disproportionate and illogical. Think of an argument with a loved one. In the heat of the argument, harsh words might seem necessary, but once things calm down, we realize that we could have handled the situation more wisely. Problems can often be solved with calm dialogue and patience, but anger clouds our judgment, making us seek revenge rather than solutions. This only feeds a cycle of resentment and pain. The Stoics taught that the best way to combat anger is through self-discipline and reflection. Marcus Aurelius suggested that we remember that life is short, and most of the things that upset us are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Seneca recommended practicing patience and indifference toward provocations. True strength lies not in responding with violence, but in remaining calm when everything around us seems to be pushing us toward anger. Anger is an internal enemy, a beast that, if not tamed, can consume us. But the good news is that we can train ourselves to resist it. The next time you feel anger rising, stop and ask yourself if it's really worth it. Remember, no one has the power to disturb you unless you allow it. Peace is not found in the absence of provocations, but in the ability to face them with calmness and control. All negative emotions, including anger, arise from unmet expectations. Negative emotions don't stem from what happens to us, but from what we expect to happen. Frustration, anger, sadness, all of these emotions share a common root: the gap between what we expected and what actually occurred. When we believe that the world should behave in a certain way and it doesn't, we feel disappointed or hurt. But in truth, the fault lies with us for having created unrealistic expectations. We cling to illusions, and when reality shatters those illusions, instead of adapting, we react with suffering. We get angry because people don't act as we want them to, because the outcomes we expected don't materialize, or because life doesn't follow the script we've written in our minds. We believe we deserve certain treatment, certain successes, or clear paths. But life doesn't follow our rules. Frustration arises not from the event itself, but from the contrast between what we hoped for and what actually happened. Seneca wisely said that we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality, because it's not the events that harm us, but the way we interpret them. If we learn to accept events without resistance, we can avoid much of the unnecessary pain. Imagine someone who believes that their partner will never cheat on them because that's what should happen. They've built an expectation based on their own sense of right and wrong. But if betrayal occurs, their anger doesn't stem from the act itself, but from the clash with the idealized image they had created. Instead of accepting reality as it is, they resist it, and that internal struggle leads to suffering. Another example might be a person who expects their friends to always be there for them, or their boss to value their efforts. When these expectations aren't met, they feel disappointment and anger because they assume the world should follow their rules. The Stoics teach us that the key to inner peace lies in eliminating unrealistic expectations. It's not about resignation, but about understanding that the world owes us nothing. We cannot control the actions of others or the events outside of our control. The only thing we can control is our own reaction to them. Epictetus urged us to accept what happens as if we had chosen it ourselves, because resisting reality only creates suffering. If we stop expecting people to behave in a certain way and accept that they may fail us, and if we accept that life doesn't always follow a predictable path, we can eliminate much of the stress and frustration in our lives. Accepting reality as it is doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or desires, but we must be prepared for the unexpected. A Stoic understands that everything is subject to change and that nothing is guaranteed. That's why they don't allow their emotions to be dictated by external factors. By eliminating rigid expectations, we stop demanding that the world conform to our beliefs. Instead of getting frustrated when things don't go as planned, we ask ourselves what we can learn from the situation. Rather than feeling betrayed, we understand that people act according to their own nature, not according to the one we've imagined for them. True peace is found in flexibility, the ability to accept whatever comes our way without resistance. Finally, anger is often a reflection of the ego. When we feel disrespected, treated unfairly, or overlooked, we react with anger because our sense of identity feels threatened. We believe we deserve better treatment, that others should see us as we see ourselves. When that doesn't happen, we feel that something sacred within us has been violated. But the truth is that anger doesn't come from what others do to us. It comes from our interpretation of their actions. It's our ego that demands recognition, that takes offense, that needs to defend our image. If our ego weren't so fragile, if we didn't take ourselves so personally, anger would lose its grip on us. When someone speaks to us harshly, our initial reaction is to feel attacked. But what if that person is simply having a bad day, and their words have nothing to do with us, but with their own struggles? The reality is that most of the time, others' actions are more about them than they are about us. However, our ego makes us believe that everything revolves around us. We say, "He disrespected me. He embarrassed me. He didn't appreciate me." But what would happen if we stopped positioning ourselves at the center of every experience? What if we truly understood that other people's actions are their own burdens to carry, not ours? In doing so, we could release ourselves from the grip of anger. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. If someone offends us, the insult in itself holds no power unless we choose to give it meaning. We have the power to ignore it, to see it as a reflection of the other person's inner world, and to move forward without letting it disturb our peace. But the ego does not want peace. It wants conflict. It wants to defend its image. It wants to prove that it is right. And in that desire to protect our sense of self, we fall into the trap of anger. We lose control and react impulsively. But if another person's insult doesn't change our identity, and their attitude doesn't define our value, why allow ourselves to be dragged into a state of emotional chaos? Consider a simple moment in traffic. Someone cuts us off abruptly. The ego insists this is a personal offense, a blatant act of disrespect that must be addressed. It urges us to react, to retaliate, to not allow such treatment. Yet the reality is that the other driver probably didn't even notice us. They're lost in their own thoughts, their own day. Still, our ego insists on taking it personally, turning a thoughtless act into an insult. And in doing so, it invites anger to take over. But what if, instead of reacting, we chose to accept the moment as it is? This dynamic plays out across our relationships and daily interactions. What provokes us is not the event itself, but the story we tell ourselves about it. The Stoics taught that to master anger, we must understand the role our ego plays in inflaming it. If we build a healthy self-esteem, if we release the need for constant validation, if we recognize that our value is not tied to how others treat us, we become immune to provocation. As Seneca said, the best revenge is not to become like those who hurt us. If someone treats us poorly and we react with rage, we surrender our peace to them. But if we remain calm, if we refuse to play their game, we show real strength. Anger is a reflex born from an ego that has not yet learned to let go of others' opinions. But once we understand that no one else has the authority to define us, we begin to free ourselves. Their behavior says more about them than it ever will about us. This doesn't mean we should tolerate abuse or accept injustice in silence. It means learning to respond with intelligence rather than raw emotion. Inner peace doesn't come from controlling the behavior of others. It comes from mastering our own reactions. When the ego is no longer the center of our universe, anger loses its hold. Forgiveness, too, is a key that frees us from anger. Anger is a heavy weight, often carried unconsciously. We cling to resentment, believing it somehow punishes the person who wronged us. But in truth, we are the only ones being punished. Anger consumes our inner calm, traps us in a mental prison, and blocks us from moving forward. Forgiveness, on the other hand, unlocks that prison. It doesn't mean we excuse what happened or forget it naively. It means we let go of the need to continue suffering over something already done. Forgiveness is not a gift we give the other person. It is an act of love for ourselves. It is an essential step toward reclaiming our peace. Holding on to anger means reliving pain over and over again. Our minds become battlegrounds where the past continues to inflict fresh wounds. We keep empowering the person who hurt us simply by refusing to release the memory. But Marcus Aurelius said that the best revenge is to be unlike the person who caused us harm. If we were betrayed, offended, or deeply wounded, continuing to harbor resentment only extends that person's control over us. Forgiveness gives us back our power. It enables us to shed the weight of the past and move forward unburdened by bitterness. Resentment is a trap laid by the ego which tells us that forgiveness is weakness. In reality, true strength lies in those who govern their emotions and choose peace over pain. Seneca taught that anger should never guide our actions. When we act from anger, we are no longer the authors of our behavior. If someone wrongs us and we respond with resentment, we are giving them authority over our serenity. But if we choose forgiveness instead, we reclaim control over our thoughts and our well-being. Imagine someone who has been betrayed by a close friend. The natural response is anger, disappointment, a thirst for revenge. But how long can one sustain that emotional storm before it becomes toxic? Resentment doesn't torment the traitor, it poisons the one who holds on to it. Each recollection of the betrayal stirs fresh pain. Forgiveness allows us to accept that what's done is done, that the past need not dictate our present. This is not about trusting the betrayer again, but about refusing to let their actions continue to influence our happiness. Forgiveness is a conscious decision. It doesn't happen instantly, and it's rarely easy, but it is the pathway to inner freedom. Epictetus reminded us that while we cannot control the actions of others, we always retain control over our response. When we are offended, it is not the insult that truly wounds us, but the weight we attach to it. Through forgiveness, we strip away that weight. We come to understand that everyone acts according to their own inner state, their own level of awareness. Their behavior is a mirror of their internal world, not a reflection of ours. This doesn't mean we tolerate abuse or stay silent in the face of injustice. It means we learn to release the resentment that suffocates our joy. When we forgive, we are not just freeing the other person. We are liberating ourselves. We stop dragging unnecessary burdens. We conserve our energy for what truly matters. The real revenge is not to hurt in return, but to show that we remain unchanged by the harm done to us. We move forward, unshaken by anger, grounded in peace. Peace does not come from waiting for others to apologize. It comes from deciding that our well-being is not tied to their behavior. Forgiveness is not about pretending nothing happened. It is about choosing freedom over rage, serenity over turmoil. Practicing non-reaction is another way we guard ourselves against anger. When something irritates or provokes us, our first instinct is emotional and immediate. We want to respond, to defend, to assert our correctness. But in those moments, we are not thinking clearly. Our minds are being ruled by instinct, not reason. That's when we make mistakes. That's when we say things we later regret. That's when we escalate what could have been peacefully resolved. Training ourselves to pause before responding gives us mastery over our emotions. It shields us from the emotional exhaustion that impulsive reactions often cause. Taking a moment, resisting the pull to respond immediately, these are acts of power. This doesn't mean suppressing emotion or becoming indifferent. It means refusing to be a slave to emotion. Marcus Aurelius advised that the best defense against an insult is not to resemble the one who insults you. If someone hurls harsh words at you, reacting with anger only means you've allowed them to disturb your peace. But if you remain calm, if you choose silence or a measured response, you show that you're in control, that your well-being is not dictated by others' moods. Daily life offers countless opportunities to practice non-reaction. A rude coworker, an aggressive driver, a family member always looking to argue. In each moment, the choice is ours. We can fuel the fire, or we can pause and respond with wisdom. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to us, but how we interpret it, that affects us. If someone criticizes you in a meeting and you take it personally, you'll react defensively. But if you pause, breathe, and consider the situation rationally, you may choose to respond calmly, preserving both your professionalism and your peace. Non-reaction is not weakness, it is a sign of strength. Most people are at the mercy of their impulses. When provoked, they lash out without thinking. But true power belongs to those who can resist that initial urge, to those who know they don't have to prove anything, to those who choose when and how to act. Seneca once reminded us that time acts as a powerful filter for emotions. What feels like an unforgivable offense today often fades into irrelevance in just a few days. The things that deeply irritate us right now may seem trivial in a matter of hours. This is why it's so important not to react immediately. Delaying our reaction allows us to gain perspective, to step back and view the situation with greater clarity before making any decisions. Practicing non-reaction does not mean passively accepting everything or allowing others to mistreat us. Rather, it means responding with reason instead of emotion. If something genuinely requires a response, the most effective one will come from a calm mind. Instead of reacting to fire with more fire, we respond with intelligence and inner balance, not out of weakness, but because we understand that our peace is far more valuable than a meaningless argument. Every time we feel the urge to react impulsively, we must remember that we always have the option not to. We can allow the emotion to rise and pass without letting it control us. In doing so, something remarkable begins to happen. Conflicts become fewer, anxiety diminishes, and those who once provoked us lose their grip on our emotional state. This practice of non-reaction opens the door to true freedom, the ability to choose how and when we respond, no longer enslaved by external triggers.
There is a deep connection between low self-esteem and anger. Anger is often nothing more than a reflection of internal insecurity. When we are not at peace with ourselves, even a passing comment, a glance, or a simple situation that challenges our self-image can set us off. It's not the event itself that enrages us, it's what it stirs up inside. If someone criticizes us and we respond with anger, the real issue is not their words, but the weight we give them. If we were secure in who we are, with strong self-esteem, we wouldn't need to react with anger. We would simply disregard the remark. But when our sense of self is fragile, any slight shakes us, and anger becomes our shield. Insecurity breeds a sense of vulnerability. We feel we must constantly defend our image, convinced others are judging us and that every negative comment is a threat. Our mind misinterprets these situations as personal attacks and reacts aggressively. But the truth is, no one can diminish our worth unless we allow it. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by what others say, but by the meaning we assign to their words. If we believe we are weak or inadequate, any criticism will reinforce that belief, and our first response will be anger. On the other hand, if we possess a solid sense of identity, no external judgment can rattle us. I recall a time when every remark about my appearance triggered anger. I used to tell myself it was due to others' lack of respect, but in reality, I was angry with myself. I disliked what I saw in the mirror, and every external comment felt like confirmation of my own doubts. Their opinion didn't hurt me, my own perception did. The anger didn't stem from them, but from the insecurity I carried within. Over time, I came to see that the real problem wasn't other people. It was my own lack of control over myself. So instead of wasting energy reacting in anger, I chose to take action. I focused on improving my health, building discipline, and reshaping my mindset. And gradually, when those same comments were made, they no longer affected me. Not because people had changed, but because I had changed. Low self-esteem distorts the way we perceive reality. We start to believe we are under constant judgment, But it's not the outside world causing our distress, it's our perception of it. Marcus Aurelius once said that if something external disturbs us, the issue isn't with the thing itself, but in our judgment of it. So when someone says something that offends you, ask yourself why it affects you. Is it because deep down you fear it might be true? Do you carry doubts about yourself? Often, the answer is yes. Anger is a defensive reaction to that inner insecurity. But when we work on our self-worth, anger loses its grip on us. We become less reactive, more serene, and more focused on what truly matters. We no longer feel the need to prove ourselves to anyone because we already know who we are. The opinions of others cease to be threatening because our sense of value no longer depends on their approval. The Stoics teach us that real strength doesn't come from controlling others, but from mastering ourselves. Anger is a signal that something within us still needs healing. Instead of reacting impulsively, we can view those moments as opportunities to reflect, to grow, and to identify the parts of ourselves that still need attention. Every time you feel anger from a comment or a situation, pause. Ask yourself whether it's truly the external event that upsets you or if something deeper is being stirred. Use anger as a mirror to recognize where personal growth is still needed. When you build your self-esteem and take ownership of your life, anger becomes unnecessary. There is no insecurity left to defend, no fear to conceal. What remains is a calm strength, a sense of self that no longer needs to react to things that don't define it. Living with purpose is equally essential. Without a clear sense of purpose, life feels empty, chaotic, and directionless. You wake up each day without a compelling reason to move forward, just going through the motions of routine. This emptiness breeds frustration. A lack of purpose turns people into reactive beings, constantly irritated, quick to anger, and always on edge. Every inconvenience feels amplified because there is no greater vision to rise above the daily frustrations. Without direction, the mind becomes cluttered with noise and disorder, and in such a state, it's easy to fall into bitterness and anger. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from having a purpose that aligns with our values, a reason for living that makes us feel our life has meaning. When you don't have a defined purpose, every little thing becomes a distraction. Traffic frustrates you, people's words bother you, life feels unfair. But when you're working towards something greater, these things begin to lose their power over you, not because they disappear, but because your focus shifts. Marcus Aurelius said that each of us must ask ourselves, why am I here? What truly matters to me? Once you have clarity on that, the small frustrations of life stop controlling you. You stop wasting energy reacting to every annoyance because you're now investing your energy in something meaningful. I remember a time when I felt completely directionless, trapped in a monotonous routine, doing things that brought me no fulfillment. I was irritable all the time. Every little problem felt enormous because I had no deeper reason to get out of bed in the morning. I was living on autopilot, letting circumstances dictate my emotional state. But everything changed when I discovered my purpose. I committed to creating content and sharing ideas that could genuinely help others. That gave me a sense of meaning. Suddenly, the problems that once felt unbearable became just part of the process. They no longer frustrated me. I stopped being irritated by the small things because I was focused on something larger. Anger no longer felt like a natural response because my attention was on something more important. The Stoics teach that purpose is not something we find, it's something we define. We don't wait for life to hand it to us. we create it. Epictetus said, it's our responsibility to decide who we want to become and what we want to contribute. It's not about waiting for inspiration, but about taking deliberate action. Find what makes you feel alive, what gives your life depth. When you discover your purpose and commit to it wholeheartedly, your frustration begins to fade. You no longer worry about things beyond your control. You no longer seek approval or feel the need to prove yourself. You simply do what you know in your heart you must do, and that brings deep satisfaction. When you live with purpose, life stops feeling like a series of problems and begins to feel like an opportunity. You stop reacting with anger to every obstacle because you understand that every challenge is just a step on your path. Each day carries meaning. Every action contributes to something greater. And when that becomes your reality, peace arises, not because everything is perfect, but because you've chosen what matters most to you. There is no room for anger when you're busy building something meaningful. If you feel let down by life or find yourself constantly frustrated, ask yourself if you truly have a clear purpose. Are you spending your time doing something that fills you up, or are you merely passing the days without direction? The difference between a life filled with frustration and a life filled with meaning lies in that answer. Discover what drives you, what compels you to rise each day and move forward with passion. When you identify what truly motivates you, anger begins to lose its grip on your life. Because when you live with purpose, everything else fades into the background as mere noise. Harnessing the power of neuroplasticity can help rewire your emotional responses. The brain is not hardwired into fixed patterns. Neuroplasticity allows us to reshape how we react to situations that once provoked anger or frustration. The idea that we are stuck with how we are is a falsehood we tell ourselves. The truth is, the brain is flexible. Like a muscle, it can be trained and strengthened in specific areas depending on how we use it. When we habitually respond to irritation with anger, we're reinforcing that reaction, making it automatic over time. But if we begin to respond with calmness instead, we slowly reprogram our brains to adopt a new, healthier reaction. It all starts with awareness. When someone insults us, when something doesn't go our way, when we feel disrespected, our first impulse is to react in the way we always have, the way we've conditioned ourselves over the years. But the key lies in resisting that automatic response and consciously choosing a new one. By forcing ourselves to stay calm in those moments, we're paving the way for a new neural pathway to form. Initially, it feels unnatural, awkward, even fake, but with repeated effort, that new calm response begins to feel normal. Eventually, it becomes instinctual. I remember a time when my dog ruined something that was deeply important to me. My natural reaction would have been to yell, to explode in frustration, but in that moment, I made a conscious choice to do something different. I took a deep breath and reached out to pet my dog instead. It felt strange, as if I was suppressing my emotions, but in truth, I was teaching my brain a new lesson. That not every disruption requires an angry reaction. I repeated this choice again and again every time my dog did something that would have previously irritated me. Over time, something amazing happened. My natural reaction changed. The tension in my chest faded. I no longer had to fight my anger because my mind had been reconditioned. My brain had learned that these events weren't threats. They didn't require rage. Neuroplasticity reveals that we are not destined to be slaves to our emotions. We can redirect our impulses and allow calmness to become our default state. Every time we choose not to respond with anger, we strengthen the mental wiring of patience and composure. The more we practice this, the more automatic it becomes. Marcus Aurelius once said that we cannot control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. This isn't just a philosophical ideal, it's a scientific truth. The brain adapts based on what we consistently practice. If we make serenity our habit, it eventually becomes our default response. This transformation isn't immediate. At first, the mind will fight to return to its familiar patterns. But if we persist, if every time we feel the surge of anger, we pause, breathe, and choose a new response, we will experience genuine change. One day you'll notice that situations which once made you furious now seem trivial. And it's not because you're bottling your feelings, it's because your brain no longer sees those situations as deserving of anger. Anger is a habit, just as calmness is. If we feed it, anger will grow stronger. But if we ignore it and instead nourish serenity, anger will weaken and eventually disappear. This isn't about pretending or suppressing how we feel. It's about retraining the mind to operate in a way that serves us, not sabotages us. If we want to become calmer, more centered, and wiser in our responses, we must commit to practicing this mindset every single day. With repetition, calmness will no longer require effort. It will simply be who we are. Love and gratitude have the power to overcome anger. Anger is a draining emotion. It wears us down and robs us of control over our minds. But two forces can dissolve it: love and gratitude. When we are caught in the grip of anger, our focus is locked on negativity, on what's wrong, on what annoys us, on what we think is unjust. But when we shift our attention to what we love and what we're grateful for, anger loses its strength. Not because the problems vanish, but because we stop feeding them with our energy. Love reconnects us with what truly matters. If we're angry with someone, we can ask ourselves, do I want to win this argument or preserve the relationship? When we truly love someone, being right becomes less important. Anger, at its core, is selfish. It seeks vengeance, validation. But love strives for understanding, for healing, for connection. Too often, we let anger guide our actions in petty conflicts, hurting those we care about most in the process. But in those moments, if we pause and remember our love for that person, everything changes. Our response shifts, not out of weakness, but out of clarity. Gratitude is another potent antidote. When we are truly grateful, anger cannot coexist. Resentment and thankfulness cannot fill the same space. If something upsets us, we can stop and do a simple exercise. Think of 3 things we are grateful for in that moment. It could be our health, a meaningful relationship, or the lesson hidden in the difficulty. This simple act redirects our thoughts, moving us out of a reactive state and restoring our sense of control. Marcus Aurelius reflected in his meditations on the fleeting nature of life. If today were your last day with someone you love, would you really waste it being angry? Gratitude reminds us that every moment is sacred and that anger only drains the time we can never get back. Years ago, I tried an experiment on myself. Every time I felt anger or frustration, instead of reacting as I normally would, I forced myself to think of something I was grateful for. At first, it felt unnatural, like I was avoiding reality, but eventually, something shifted. My brain started doing it automatically. One day, someone spoke to me with blatant disrespect, and instead of getting upset, my first thought was, I'm grateful to be healthy,
and to have the strength to keep going. That thought calmed me. It allowed me to respond with grace, not because the other person deserved kindness, but because I deserved peace. The Stoics understood that our emotions are not dictated by external events, but by how we choose to interpret them. If we dwell on what's wrong, on what we lack, anger grows. But if we focus on what we have, what we cherish, and what we're thankful for, anger diminishes. This isn't denial, it's mental training. It's a choice to see the world from a higher perspective. Epictetus once said the secret to happiness lies not in having more, but in wanting less. Gratitude helps us realize that we already have enough, that peace is possible even in the presence of setbacks. We can't always avoid tense moments or control how others behave, but we can decide what emotional environment we want to create in our minds. If we choose love and gratitude, anger will have no room to grow. When we lead with love, we seek to understand. When we lead with gratitude, we learn to let go. Through this daily practice, we become calmer, more focused, and less reactive. Not because the world changes, but because we've learned to see it differently. Establishing healthy boundaries is essential. When you don't set clear limits, you're allowing others to determine how they treat you. Setting boundaries doesn't mean being confrontational or rejecting people. It means clearly defining where your patience, time, and energy begin and end. When boundaries are missing, you unintentionally send the message that it's acceptable to be disrespected, to have your time disregarded, or your presence taken for granted. And when this continues, frustration builds, anger festers, and emotional burnout sets in. But setting boundaries is your responsibility. It's not up to others. You alone have the power to decide what behavior you accept and what you don't. Often, we allow certain behaviors to persist because we fear being labeled as selfish or unpleasant. Saying no feels uncomfortable because we worry about offending others or being rejected. Yet the true issue is not the act of saying no, but failing to say it when necessary. If someone constantly interrupts you at work, if a friend only contacts you when they need something, or if a family member criticizes you without cause, it's your responsibility to decide whether or not you'll accept that. Seneca once said that while we cannot control how others behave, we can control how we respond. When we tolerate inappropriate behavior without addressing it, we're effectively giving permission for it to continue. When someone crosses a line and we fail to enforce a boundary, we reinforce the very behavior that hurts us. Boundaries are not walls, they are bridges to mutual respect. They are not about pushing people away, but about protecting your peace and preserving your energy. Setting them may feel difficult at first, but they are acts of self-love and emotional maturity. But when you calmly and confidently express that you do not accept such treatment, you send a strong message that you value yourself enough not to tolerate disrespect. You don't need to be aggressive or argumentative. You only need to be clear. Saying something like, "I won't accept these types of comments," or "My time matters, please respect it," or "I don't feel comfortable with that," are simple yet powerful phrases that can completely transform the tone of a relationship. I recall a period in my life when I constantly allowed myself to be interrupted, regardless of what I was doing. If someone needed my attention, I would immediately stop and respond. Initially, I thought that made me a kind and helpful person. But as time went on, I came to realize that all I was doing was allowing others to place their priorities above mine. I often felt drained and frustrated, but it wasn't truly anyone else's fault. I had never established any boundaries. Eventually, I made a decision to change. The next time someone interrupted me, I simply responded, "I'm busy right now, let's talk later." At first it was difficult, but gradually, people began to understand that my time mattered too. The most surprising part, I didn't lose any important relationships. In fact, I started to feel more respected. The Stoics understood that setting boundaries isn't an act of rejection, it's an act of self-respect. Epictetus taught that we must choose what lies within our control and what doesn't. We can't prevent others from attempting to cross our limits, but we can decide how we respond. If someone mistreats you and you remain silent, you're not practicing virtue. You're failing in your responsibility to protect your own well-being. Saying no is a courageous act, not because it's easy, but because it reflects that you honor and respect yourself. Setting boundaries is not about pushing people away. On the contrary, it helps build healthier relationships where both sides clearly understand what is acceptable. Often, people don't even realize they're crossing a line until you point it out. You can't expect others to guess what bothers you. You must tell them. And if, after you've expressed your needs, they continue to disregard them, then you have to consider whether you truly want that person in your life. Each time you choose not to set a boundary out of fear of conflict, you are accepting inner turmoil just to avoid external discomfort. You are willingly sacrificing your own peace just to dodge a difficult conversation. But avoiding the issue doesn't solve it. Learning to say no without guilt is one of the most powerful skills you can develop. It's not about being stronger than others. It's about becoming stronger within yourself. Setting boundaries is not about controlling others. It's about preserving your peace and living with self-respect. Not everything deserves your attention. Each day we face provocations, minor problems, and careless remarks that try to pull us into chaos. But most of these things hold little to no real importance. We end up exhausting ourselves emotionally by reacting to what is trivial, things that will be forgotten by tomorrow. We live in a world where opinions are constantly thrown around, where criticism is common, and where small issues can seem large if we don't learn to filter what actually matters. The key to maintaining inner peace is learning that not everything happening around you deserves your energy. When something bothers you, pause and ask yourself, will this matter in a month, in a year? Most of the time, the answer will be no. Still, we often allow ourselves to be swept up in the moment, feeling compelled to respond, to defend, to react. But if we zoom out and look at life as a whole, we realize many of these things are mere distractions. Marcus Aurelius said that tranquility comes from ignoring what doesn't concern us. If someone insults you on the street, does it truly change anything in your life? If a stranger online criticizes you, does that have any real impact on who you are? Wasting energy on every small provocation only pulls us away from what truly matters. Imagine someone makes a rude comment about you. Your instinct might be to defend yourself, to prove your point. But what do you actually gain from doing so? It's unwise to invest your energy into a conflict that doesn't add value. A comment doesn't define your worth. A criticism doesn't determine your identity. If every time someone says something negative about you, you hand over your peace, you're giving emotional power to anyone who chooses to provoke you. Epictetus reminded us not to become prisoners of others' opinions. If something doesn't help you grow or meaningfully impact your life, then it likely doesn't deserve your attention. Many of the worries we carry are not even ours to begin with. We stress over what others think, over problems we can't control, over expectations that don't belong to us. We spend too much time seeking approval, worrying about what people might say, and focusing on situations that don't even affect our true selves. But when you finally understand that your energy is finite, you become more selective about what deserves your focus. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent. It means knowing how to distinguish between what truly matters and what is just noise. I remember a time when any form of criticism deeply affected me. If someone questioned my actions, I felt an urgent need to explain, to justify, to prove myself. But with time, I learned that this was a waste of energy. I began to observe before reacting, to ask myself whether the situation was truly worth it. Most of the time, I found that the best response was silence. Not because I had nothing to say, but because nothing needed to be said. Not everything requires a reaction. Not every issue deserves a confrontation. Not every comment is worth your attention. Each time you choose to ignore what is irrelevant, you're protecting your inner peace. You're teaching your mind to focus on what truly matters, what helps you grow, what transforms you. The Stoics didn't aim to control the world. They aimed to master their response to it. If someone acts with hostility or attempts to provoke you, remember, you always have the power to choose whether or not to respond. Strength isn't about winning every argument. It's about choosing the battles that are actually worth engaging in. When you begin filtering what truly matters, many of your worries will naturally fade away. The energy you once spent on meaningless conflicts can now be invested in building, learning, and becoming better. You can't stop people from criticizing you. You can't control what others say or do, but you can always choose whether it's worth letting their actions affect your state of mind. In the end, true freedom is not doing whatever you want. It's refusing to be ruled by what doesn't matter. Many times, our suffering doesn't come from what actually happens, but from what we believe those events mean. We get trapped in the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, about others, about what things mean. But those stories are often not grounded in facts. They are merely beliefs we've accepted without questioning, and these beliefs can become the biggest barrier to our peace of mind. The Stoics taught that inner peace comes from being able to separate facts from our interpretations. When we don't make that distinction, we get overwhelmed by unnecessary emotions, anger, sadness, fear, because we're reacting not to reality, but to our thoughts about it. If someone tells you that you're worthless, it isn't the words themselves that hurt. It's the meaning you assign to them. The actual fact is just that a person said something, but the moment we internalize it, the moment we start thinking, maybe they're right, those words transform into a belief that burdens us for years, and yet we rarely stop to ask whether that belief is even true. We just absorb it. Epictetus warned us, it's not events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of those events. If someone criticizes you, you have a choice, to see it as an attack or to see it as an opportunity to improve. The difference lies not in what was said, but in what you choose to believe. The human mind is skilled at crafting narratives. We tell ourselves we're not good enough, that we don't deserve happiness, that we'll never change, and we treat these thoughts as if they're absolute truths. But where do these beliefs come from? Often, they come from past experiences, from what others once said, from old failures that we've turned into permanent identities. If we once failed, we tell ourselves we are failures. If someone rejected us, we believe we are unworthy of love. But these thoughts are not absolute truths. They are merely beliefs we've built over time, often without even realizing it. I remember a period in my life when I believed I wasn't intelligent enough to achieve certain goals. There was no solid proof behind this belief, only a memory of someone making me feel inadequate, and I chose to accept that feeling as fact. Every time I encountered a difficult challenge, that belief would resurface. You can't do this. You're not capable. But one day, I decided to question that voice. Where was the real evidence that I was incapable? Hadn't I learned countless things throughout my life? Hadn't I overcome other challenges before? That's when it dawned on me. This belief wasn't a fact. It was simply a narrative I kept repeating to myself. And once I understood that, I began to let it go. Letting go wasn't something that happened all at once. But each time I confronted a limiting thought, I felt a sense of empowerment returning. The Stoics practiced this kind of mental discipline. They developed the ability to examine their own thoughts and discern which ones deserved their attention. They didn't blindly accept every emotion or idea. Marcus Aurelius advised us to challenge every negative thought. Is this true? Is it really as terrible as it seems? More often than not, the answer is no. We are not as limited as we believe. We are not the labels others assign to us. We don't have to live as prisoners of these internal narratives. But to free ourselves, we first have to recognize that our beliefs are not unchangeable facts. Each time a belief about yourself feels like a limitation, ask whether it's truly based on evidence or if it's something you've accepted without questioning. If you can replace it with a belief that reflects reality more accurately, you've already taken a significant step toward emotional liberation. The act of separating fact from belief is how we break free from the mental cages we've built. It's how we stop reacting on autopilot and begin to live with real clarity. When we see the world without the distortions created by our unexamined beliefs, we uncover a sense of peace that has always existed within us, just waiting to be noticed. Creating a healthy self-image is essential. Your view of yourself should never hinge on other people's opinions. If you live through the eyes of others, you'll constantly be chasing approval, and that's a kind of emotional captivity. One day you'll feel unstoppable because someone complimented you, and the next day a simple criticism will make you crumble. That kind of instability stems from building your sense of worth on things you can't control. But when your self-worth comes from self-awareness and acceptance, no one can take your peace away. The Stoics understood that true strength is born from within. They believed that only when we stop relying on external validation can we begin to experience true freedom. The real issue arises when our self-image is shaped by beliefs that were imposed on us during childhood. We absorb opinions, labels, and judgments from others, often without ever questioning them. If someone called us shy, we believed it. If we were labeled failures, we internalized it. But how much of that is genuinely accurate? How much of who we think we are is based on ideas we never stop to examine? Marcus Aurelius reminded us to ask whether the things we believe about ourselves are genuinely true, or just stories we keep repeating in our minds. The key lies in self-knowledge, observing ourselves without filters, illusions, or self-deception. It means recognizing our strengths and weaknesses, not to feel complacent, but to be honest with ourselves. When someone criticizes you, the natural instinct is to defend yourself, to feel hurt, or to try to prove them wrong. But what if, instead of reacting, you paused and reflected? If someone accuses you of being selfish rather than responding with anger, ask yourself, is this true? Do I really act that way? If the answer is yes, then you've been given an opportunity to grow. If the answer is no, then the criticism holds no weight, and you can move on without being affected. Epictetus taught that we shouldn't worry about what people say about us, only whether what they say is true.
It's not the criticism itself that hurts us, but our interpretation of it. If your self-image is rooted in truth and strength, the words of others lose their power. For years, I struggled with trying to fit in, striving to be accepted based on how others perceived me. I tried to meet their expectations, molding myself into what I thought they wanted, but all it did was pull me further away from who I truly was. I made decisions based not on my desires, but on what I believed would gain approval. That constant effort to please left me exhausted, because it was never enough. There was always another opinion to satisfy, another standard to meet. Everything changed when I finally realized I could never control what others thought of me. I stopped trying to belong in spaces that didn't reflect my truth and began asking myself, who am I really? What do I want for my life? As I explored these questions, the need for external validation gradually disappeared. Self-acceptance doesn't mean giving up or settling for less. It's not about resigning yourself to who you are without striving to grow. It's about recognizing your intrinsic worth, independent of outside influences. When you fully accept who you are, flaws and all, successes and failures, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer seek affirmation because you already know your value. And the most empowering part is this: when you stop chasing approval, you become more authentic. The people who truly matter will respect you for being yourself, not for who you pretend to be. Emotional freedom begins when you stop living according to other people's expectations and start living in alignment with your own truth. This doesn't mean ignoring every external opinion. It means learning to discern what truly matters. If you know who you are, if you're clear about your values and purpose, criticism loses its power over you. You begin to live with confidence and calm, no longer driven by the need to impress anyone. Not because you're perfect, but because you no longer require the world's validation to feel worthy. And in that clarity, you discover a peace that's always been within you. The idea of good and bad people is a false dichotomy. No one is entirely good or entirely bad. Every human being is a complex mix of strengths and flaws, moments of wisdom and episodes of weakness. But our minds have a tendency to simplify. We label people to make sense of them, to categorize them based on how they make us feel or how they behave in specific situations. This habit of labeling is not only inaccurate, but it also blinds us to the full reality of a person's character. When we reduce someone to a single label, we lose the ability to see them clearly. A person's actions may be generous or selfish, kind or unfair, but these behaviors do not define the whole of who they are. Someone who acts cruelly today may show incredible compassion tomorrow. A person who has made serious mistakes may also do immense good. Marcus Aurelius urged us to see people for what they truly are, fallible human beings shaped by their experiences, their fears, and their past. No one is entirely one thing. No one should be judged solely by their best or worst moment. Understanding this can help free us from the emotional burden of judgment. When someone hurts us, our first reaction is to label them as cruel or unjust and to wish for retribution. But how often do we pause to consider what may have driven their behavior? This isn't about excusing harm, but about recognizing that most people don't act out of pure malice. They act from confusion, fear, or pain. Epictetus taught that people act based on the limits of their knowledge and understanding. Someone who disrespects others might simply not know any better way to interact. Someone who betrays might be acting out of a lifelong fear of abandonment.
That doesn't mean we have to accept being treated poorly, but it does mean we don't have to take it personally. People respond to their environments, their upbringing, and the emotional tools they've been given. A person can be loving to their family and ruthless in their career. They can be kind to friends and indifferent to strangers. These contradictions don't make them evil, they make them human. We've all had moments we regret, times we've spoken out of anger, acted selfishly, or made choices we wish we could take back. If we want to be understood and forgiven for those moments, then we must offer that same understanding to others. When we stop labeling people as simply good or bad, our relationships improve. We become less reactive, less frustrated with the flaws of others, because we understand that everyone is walking their own path of growth. We become more patient, more balanced. And no, this doesn't mean tolerating abuse or mistreatment. It means seeing others as they truly are, complex, evolving, and human. Marcus Aurelius once said that when someone behaves poorly, we should ask ourselves, did we truly expect anything different? People act in accordance with what they've learned and with the limitations of their own minds. If we expect perfection from others, we will constantly find ourselves disappointed. Letting go of that expectation frees us. It liberates our hearts from the need to punish, from bitterness, from the urge to divide the world into allies and enemies. We grow in objectivity, serenity, and the ability to deal with conflict with a clear mind. True strength doesn't lie in harsh judgment of others, but in understanding that all of us are on the same path, just at different points. We are each here to learn, to grow, and to evolve. Once you understand this deeply, you stop exhausting yourself over the actions of others and begin to focus on the only thing you truly have control over, your own inner development. Now we arrive at evolution number 15, the RIN process for managing anger. Anger is a powerful emotion. It can feel like an unstoppable fire when it surges within us, but anger does not have to dominate you. If handled wisely, it can be transformed from a destructive force into a catalyst for growth. The RIN process is a method that helps you work with your anger mindfully. Rather than suppressing it or lashing out impulsively, you use the energy of anger in a conscious, reflective way. This approach aligns closely with how the Stoics lived, even though they didn't give it a formal name. Through this process, we learn to observe our anger without becoming consumed by it. We begin to understand where it comes from and how to channel it in a healthy direction. The first step is simply to acknowledge that anger is present. Don't deny it. Don't bury it. Recognize it. Often we react in anger automatically, almost as if on autopilot. We let the emotion take over without stopping to notice what's truly going on inside us. But if, in the moment of anger, you can pause and say, "I'm feeling angry right now," you create a crucial distance between yourself and the emotion. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of observing our emotions as if they were external forces. When you learn to see your anger not as your identity, but as a fleeting emotional state, you've already begun to gain power over it. The second step is to allow the anger to exist without acting on it. This is where many stumble. The instinct to react, to defend, to attack, to explode is often overwhelming. But the emotion itself is not the problem. The problem is what we do with it. The Stoics taught that emotions should not be denied, but lived through with awareness. If you feel the anger building, don't resist it. Just observe it. Stay present. Breathe. Notice the energy in your body, but remain conscious. Seneca wisely said that the initial shock of anger is unavoidable, but everything after that is your choice. If you can stay with the emotion without letting it drive your behavior, you are already ahead. The third step involves looking deeper into the root of the anger. Instead of remaining stuck at the surface, ask yourself what is really behind the emotion. Often, anger is not the core issue. It's a signal pointing to something more profound. It may be fear, insecurity, disappointment, or unresolved pain. Epictetus reminded us that it's not the events themselves that upset us, but our interpretations of them. If someone interrupts you during a conversation and you feel a flash of anger, maybe it's not the interruption itself, but the belief that you are being disrespected or undervalued. Once you uncover the real issue beneath the anger, its intensity fades because you realize it has more to do with your internal world than the external event. The final step is to nourish the part of you that needs healing. Rather than criticizing yourself for feeling anger, practice self-compassion. This doesn't mean you're justifying your anger. It means you're honoring the emotional wound that triggered it. Maybe you've been suppressing certain feelings. Maybe there's an old belief shaping how you react. Or maybe you just need to give yourself the space to feel and process. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should treat ourselves with the same patience and compassion we extend to others. You may not be able to eliminate anger entirely, but you can absolutely choose how to respond to it. With wisdom and self-awareness, you stop being a prisoner to your emotions. As you practice this process, you'll find that anger loses its grip on you. This doesn't mean you'll never feel it again, but when you do, you'll know how to handle it without sacrificing your peace or damaging your relationships. You'll come to understand that anger is just an emotion, a temporary wave, not a command you must obey. Instead of reacting, you will respond with reflection. And in that space between feeling and action, you will discover true emotional freedom. If this message speaks to you, head to the comments and write, "Today, my best version begins. I am Stoic." By doing this, you affirm your intention to live with greater calm, wisdom, and discipline. Don't let your emotions rule your life. Master them and take control of your destiny. See you in the next one. When we think about the noise that fills our minds, it's those endless inner dialogues that immediately come to the forefront. The worries, the fears, the endless what-ifs, they occupy every mental corner until, without even realizing it, we become entangled in a cycle that holds us captive. This cycle often paralyzes us, especially in today's world where distractions are constant and life's demands feel overwhelming. Calming the mind has become an enormous challenge. And this is exactly where Stoicism steps in, not just as a tool for enduring hardship, but as a reliable guide through the storm of mental chaos. Stoicism, at its heart, is about more than simply enduring adversity. It's about navigating life with a sense of serenity and a clear, composed mind. Picture your mind as a vast ocean. At times, it is serene and still. At other times, it's as though the waves of chaos and confusion are crashing all around, threatening to consume you. How do you stay afloat in such turbulent waters? How do you find that deep sense of calm you yearn for when everything outside seems to pull you into the storm? This is where 8 straightforward Stoic strategies come in. Tools not rooted in quick fixes or magical thinking, but in principles that ancient wise men lived by daily. These same principles can be applied in our lives today, even though our world looks drastically different. Let's begin with accepting reality as it is, without resistance. One of the most profound teachings of Stoicism
is the radical acceptance of reality just as it presents itself. Life doesn't always go according to plan, and in those moments our minds tend to overflow with frustration, anger, or sadness. But instead of fighting what cannot be changed, the Stoic path encourages us to accept things exactly as they are. Seneca put it perfectly when he said that fate leads those who accept it and drags those who resist. It's this inner resistance to what happens that creates immense psychological distress. Think about how many times you found yourself stressed over something that had already occurred, or felt upset about a situation not unfolding as you had hoped. We resist reality because we want it to be different, and that desire alone generates constant inner tension. It's like rowing against the current, using up all your energy fighting what already is. Accepting reality doesn't mean giving up or resigning to the idea that things can never improve. Rather, it means understanding that there are moments in life that lie beyond our control. Stoic acceptance is about releasing the inner resistance that drains us, and once we do that, the mind begins to relax. It's like ceasing to wrestle with reality and instead learning to move with it. Many times, we hesitate to accept unpleasant situations because we fear that acceptance means we're okay with them, or that we're allowing them to affect us without protest. But in truth, acceptance is about creating mental space. When you accept what's happening, you remove its power to dominate your emotions. From that calm space, you gain clarity and can make better decisions. Here's a simple example. Imagine you're stuck in traffic and realize you're going to be late for a very important meeting. You have two choices. You can mentally resist the situation, curse the traffic, feel overwhelmed and angry, which changes absolutely nothing. Or you can accept where you are, recognize there's nothing you can do to change it in that moment, and shift into a calmer state. The first reaction fills your mind with unnecessary noise. The second gives you the mental peace to handle the situation as effectively as possible. Acceptance is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Each time you encounter something beyond your control, remember Seneca's wisdom. Ask yourself, am I letting this situation drag me down, or am I allowing it to guide me? By accepting what cannot be changed, you reduce mental friction, and that inner tension begins to dissolve. Marcus Aurelius understood this principle well when he wrote, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it." If we constantly resist change, we set ourselves up for continual frustration. But if we embrace change as a part of life, we unlock a surprising sense of peace. Life isn't defined solely by what happens around us, but by how we choose to interpret and respond to those events. Accepting what is, without resistance, is one of the most powerful ways to bring calm to the mind. It frees you from the torment of wishing things were different, allowing you to redirect your focus toward what truly matters, your mindset and your response. Next comes practicing full presence, mindfulness in the now. This is where Stoicism reveals its true transformative power. Marcus Aurelius, one of Stoicism's most well-known philosopher-emperors, wrote in his Meditations that people waste away when they allow their minds to drift through the past or the future. The present, he reminds us, is the only moment we truly possess. And although this idea sounds simple, it can profoundly change how we experience life. Why? Because the mind has a habit of traveling back and forth, reliving the past or worrying about the future. We replay moments, wondering why we said certain things or wishing we had acted differently.
We worry about outcomes that haven't even happened, wondering, what if I fail? Or what if things go wrong? This constant mental tug-of-war exhausts us. It generates anxiety. It robs us of inner peace. The Stoic solution is to anchor ourselves in the present. The present is all that truly exists. It is the only moment over which we have any real influence. Everything else, our memories, our anticipations, is just mental projection. The more time we spend mentally elsewhere, the further we drift from clarity and peace. Practicing mindfulness, what we now commonly call being present, means returning your attention again and again to what is happening right now. It doesn't mean ignoring the past or avoiding thoughts of the future, but it does mean becoming aware of when you're lost in them and gently guiding your mind back to the here and now. This is a practice. At first, it can feel unnatural because our minds are so conditioned to wander. But the more we practice, the more we begin to feel the incredible power of presence. Think about those moments when you're completely immersed in something, whether it's a captivating book, an engaging conversation, or even a simple meal enjoyed without distractions. During those times, your mind is calm. There are no worries, no regrets, no fears, just pure awareness. That's the core of this strategy. A practical way to start is by paying close attention to your breath. When your thoughts begin spiraling into the past or future, pause. Take a few deep breaths. Focus on the sensation of air moving in and out of your body. This simple act can ground you in the moment. Marcus Aurelius also advised us to focus on what's in front of us, to give our full attention to the task at hand. When you train your mind to return to the present, something extraordinary happens. The mental noise begins to fade. The thoughts may still be there, but they no longer control you with the same force. In the present moment, there is no room for regrets or anxiety, only awareness of what you're doing right now. And that awareness brings a sense of calm and clarity that's hard to find anywhere else. The practice of mindfulness is what breaks the endless mental loops that fill your mind with unnecessary chatter. By returning again and again to the present, you discover that this moment, just as it is enough. And in that realization, peace begins to grow. Now let's explore emotional detachment. This is one of those powerful Stoic tools that, once truly understood, can completely reshape how you perceive life. But we must be clear, emotional detachment in the Stoic sense doesn't mean becoming cold or distant. On the contrary, it's about loving deeply and committing fully, but doing so without letting your happiness or inner peace depend on outcomes that lie beyond your control. Seneca expressed this well when he said, "Love, but love as one who knows it won't last forever." At first glance, that might sound harsh, but the purpose behind this teaching is liberating. When we grow too emotionally attached to something, a person, a possession, or even a cherished dream, we set ourselves up for suffering. Life changes, circumstances shift, and when they do, it's that very attachment that creates our pain. Emotional detachment is not about caring less. It's about holding things, people, and outcomes more lightly. It's recognizing that all things are temporary and that true peace comes from within, not from external conditions. Detachment doesn't weaken your love, it strengthens your resilience. Because you can love, you can care, and you can commit, while still remembering that nothing is guaranteed to remain the same. The moment we release the need to control or cling, we begin to free ourselves from the emotional chaos that drains us. This is the Stoic way of loving fully while standing firm within yourself, being engaged with life, yet not enslaved by its inevitable changes.
Practicing emotional detachment doesn't mean withdrawing from life. It actually means engaging with life more deeply. It's about cherishing what you have and valuing your relationships without becoming so attached that your happiness feels dependent on them. Think about how often you've experienced anxiety or emotional distress simply because you feared losing something: a job, a relationship, a dream opportunity. That sense of emotional dependency generates fear, and when life doesn't unfold the way we hoped, suffering becomes inevitable. But detachment isn't about cold indifference. It's about liberating yourself from the grip that external outcomes have over your inner peace. The Stoics believed that it's entirely possible to love and appreciate something deeply while simultaneously recognizing its impermanence. When you cultivate this kind of emotional detachment, your mind begins to quiet down. You're no longer tormented by the fear of losing what you hold dear. You begin to live in the present, grateful but grounded, fully aware that nothing is guaranteed to last forever. Consider a common, everyday example: attachment to material possessions. Imagine owning a car you absolutely love. It's perfectly fine to care for it and enjoy it. But if you become overly emotionally attached, something as small as a scratch or mechanical issue can throw off your entire day or even your week. Practicing detachment would mean saying, "I value this car, but I understand that it is just a possession. If I lose it tomorrow, I'll still be okay." This mindset doesn't just ease your anxiety, it shifts your entire perspective, allowing you to relate to your belongings in a healthier, more balanced way. Epictetus offered powerful wisdom on this subject when he said, "Never say of anything, 'I have lost it,' but 'I have returned it.'" The idea is simple yet transformative. Nothing truly belongs to us forever. Everything is part of the natural cycle of life. Rather than seeing a loss as something being taken from you, see it as something returning to where it came from. Adopting this mindset radically changes how you process and respond to loss, whether it's something big or something small. As you begin to live with emotional detachment, you'll find that the situations which once filled you with anxiety and stress begin to lose their intensity. It doesn't mean you've become indifferent. It means you no longer give those situations the power to dictate your peace of mind. You begin to understand that true happiness and lasting calm come from within, not from what you possess or who surrounds you. Detachment opens the door to incredible mental freedom. When you're no longer emotionally tethered to outcomes, you can fully enjoy the moment, free from the constant dread of loss. And it is within that space of freedom that real peace is found. Reflecting on your day, every single day, is another practice the Stoics deeply valued. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, would write down his thoughts, reflect on his actions, and analyze how he dealt with the challenges of his day. This wasn't just a ritual, it was a tool for growth and clarity. He encouraged himself and us to take an honest inventory at the end of the day. What did I do well? What could I have done better? What lessons can I carry into tomorrow? This habit of daily reflection is one of the most effective ways to soothe the mind and steer it toward constant improvement. Why? Because our minds are often overwhelmed, not only by the chaos of the world around us, but also by our own lack of self-awareness. When we don't take time to pause and examine our thoughts and behaviors, we fall into autopilot. We repeat the same mistakes, react in the same patterns, and often don't know why we feel stuck. Daily reflection is your opportunity to hit the pause button, to look within, and to regain control of your thoughts and actions. Imagine that before going to sleep,
You spend a few quiet minutes revisiting your day. It's not about harsh self-criticism, it's about curiosity and honesty. How did you handle challenging moments? Were there times you remained calm? Did you make decisions you feel proud of? This nightly habit doesn't just help you correct your missteps, it also helps you recognize your victories. In a world that moves fast, we rarely take time to appreciate the good choices we make or the wisdom we apply in our daily lives. But acknowledging those moments, when you stayed patient, spoke kindly, or took courageous action, builds confidence and reinforces your inner calm. Seneca also emphasized this habit of nightly self-assessment. He advised us to judge ourselves at the end of the day. Write it all down, examine your words and thoughts, because each day is like a miniature lifetime. When you do this, you gain a deeper understanding of yourself and can make intentional adjustments when things don't go as planned. This practice doesn't only illuminate your flaws, it also magnifies your small but meaningful achievements. These moments become anchors for your peace of mind, building resilience and a steady, balanced inner life. The idea is simple. Every night, take a few minutes to think about your day. You might even want to keep a journal, just like Marcus Aurelius did. Journaling helps you organize your thoughts and provides a space to let go of lingering worries before bedtime. It's a method for clearing your mental clutter, promoting restful sleep, and beginning the next day with clarity and calm. A useful practice is to ask yourself 3 questions each night. What did I do well today? What could I have done better? And how can I improve tomorrow? These reflections train you to live more mindfully and to close each day with purpose. Over time, this habit becomes a powerful cycle of self-awareness and continuous personal growth. When practiced consistently, daily reflection helps you correct mistakes, reinforce wise decisions, and keep your focus on what truly matters. It gives you a sense of control over your emotions and your life, which naturally reduces stress and anxiety. If you're finding value in this message, consider liking and subscribing to the channel for more insights on calming your mind with the wisdom of Stoicism. Your support means a lot. Another vital Stoic lesson is to control your thoughts. Don't let them control you. The Stoics deeply understood that the root of a disturbed and anxious mind isn't the events themselves, but how we interpret those events. Epictetus put it perfectly. It's not what happens to you, but how you interpret it. This phrase captures the profound truth that while we can't always control our external circumstances, we can absolutely control how we respond to them, and that response begins with our thoughts. Your mind is like a garden. If left untended, weeds, negative thoughts, worries, and fears can quickly overrun it. It's incredibly easy to let negative thoughts spiral out of control. One small setback or mistake can turn into a flood of self-critical or catastrophic thinking. Everything's going wrong. I'll never fix this. I'm a failure. These thoughts generate chaos and unnecessary mental noise. The Stoic approach teaches us to observe our thoughts from a distance, as if we were an outside observer. You don't need to believe everything your mind tells you. Epictetus also reminded us that men are not disturbed by things, but by the opinion they have of them. This insight urges us to pause and question the automatic thoughts that cause us distress. Is this situation really as bad as I'm making it out to be? Is there another way to see this? To control your thoughts doesn't mean suppressing them. It means examining them, challenging them, and gently steering them in a more constructive direction.
When your mind starts filling with negative or overwhelming thoughts, ask yourself, is this thought helping me, or is it making things worse? If the answer is that it's making things worse, then you have the power to shift your focus, to choose a thought that serves you better. This is where the Stoics introduce the concept of the discipline of thought, a mental habit developed through consistent practice. It's about training your mind not to be dominated by unchecked thinking. Think of your mind like a wild horse. At first, it may be unruly and hard to control, but with patience and dedication, you can learn to guide it where you want it to go. One practical technique is the Stoic art of reframing. When you catch yourself falling into a negative or stressful thought pattern, take a step back. Try to reinterpret the situation in a way that gives you perspective, strength, or calm. This is how you reclaim control of your inner world, and by doing so, you protect your peace, clarity, and power. For instance, if you're dealing with a difficult issue at work, instead of telling yourself, "I'll never be able to fix this," try shifting your perspective to something like, "This is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to grow and learn." Doing this helps to weaken the grip of negative thinking and brings a sense of calm to your mind. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, spoke often about the importance of managing our inner thoughts. He once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts," which reminds us that the content of our thoughts shapes the emotional tone of our lives. If your mind is filled with gloom and negativity, your world will feel the same. But if you learn to guide your thoughts in a more constructive and reasoned direction, your inner world begins to shift toward calm and clarity. Gaining control over your thoughts not only quiets the mental noise, but also deepens your self-awareness. You begin to understand that your reactions are within your control, and that realization is deeply liberating. You may not be able to change the events around you, but you can always change the story you tell yourself about them. Make it a point to take purposeful pauses throughout your day. One of the most effective ways to calm your mind is by intentionally learning to stop and breathe. In our modern world, we're constantly bombarded with stimuli, notifications, messages, emails, social media, and endless tasks. Without even realizing it, we get swept up in this relentless pace, where the idea of taking a break feels almost like a waste of time or a luxury we can't afford. But the Stoics offer a different perspective. To them, pausing isn't optional. It's essential for keeping the mind focused and grounded. Marcus Aurelius emphasized this idea, saying that people often seek peace in faraway retreats by the sea or in the mountains, but the most important place to retreat to is within yourself. His words invite us to make room for introspection amid the daily hustle and noise. You don't have to wait for a vacation or a weekend away to find peace. You can cultivate it right now, simply by giving yourself permission to stop. These pauses matter because when we keep pushing forward without rest, our minds become overloaded. We lose efficiency, our patience wears thin, and our thoughts grow more scattered. Short breaks, even just a few minutes long, allow your mind to decompress. It's like hitting a mental reset button, giving your brain the space it needs to recharge. You can apply a Stoic technique by practicing conscious pausing. Several times a day, take a few moments to stop what you're doing. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and sit quietly. You don't need to do anything elaborate. Just be present with yourself. Even a brief pause like this can have a profound effect on your state of mind. It soothes the inner chatter and brings you back into the moment. Intentional pauses also increase your awareness. Rather than reacting automatically to what's happening around you,
you gain the space to respond with greater thoughtfulness. Epictetus encouraged this habit, advising that in moments of difficulty, we should pause before we act. That brief moment of reflection helps you settle your emotions and choose your response more deliberately. For example, if you're overwhelmed at work, either from a heavy workload or a tense conversation, don't allow stress to take over. Pause, breathe deeply, and give yourself a moment to refocus. Rather than being swept up by emotion, you regain your center and respond with clarity. These breaks also give you a chance to reconnect with your inner self. We often lose sight of our own needs as we chase deadlines and meet others' expectations. Taking a break is a small but meaningful act of self-care. It lets you check in with how you're feeling and what your mind and body need. Though simple, this practice can have a huge impact on your emotional well-being. Another powerful way to calm the mind is by cultivating gratitude, especially for the small things. Gratitude is a remarkably effective yet often overlooked practice. The Stoics understood that being grateful isn't just about being polite. It's a mental discipline that can radically shift how you see your life. Seneca captured this beautifully when he said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." In other words, much of our unhappiness comes not from what we lack, but from our obsession with always wanting more. The noise in our minds often grows from this insatiable desire to achieve more, to become more, to acquire more. We live in a culture that constantly tells us we're not enough, and that happiness lies somewhere out there in the future. This mindset keeps us in a state of chronic dissatisfaction and restlessness. But gratitude shifts that focus. When you begin to appreciate what you already have, no matter how small, you quiet that endless craving. Practicing gratitude doesn't mean ignoring your problems or settling for less. It means retraining your mind to recognize the good that's already present in your life. The Stoics believed that by practicing this regularly, you lessen the volume of your discontent and find deeper inner peace. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "Very little is needed to make a happy life." One practical way to begin is by spending a few minutes each day reflecting on what you're thankful for. It doesn't need to be anything extraordinary. It could be something as simple as a roof over your head, a meaningful conversation with a friend, or a cup of warm coffee in the morning. When you start acknowledging these things consciously, your entire perspective begins to change, and with it, your mind begins to quiet. Think of it this way. When you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, instead of fixating on what's missing, redirect your thoughts to what's already present. For example, if you're anxious about money, rather than obsessing over what you lack, you could reflect on what you've already accomplished, the opportunities you've been given, or even just the fact that you have food to eat and clothes to wear. While this doesn't magically erase your problems, it does lift you out of the spiral of negative thoughts that fuel anxiety. It brings you back to clarity. Gratitude also transforms how you relate to others. Often, we focus on how people let us down or what they failed to do, which builds resentment and emotional noise. But when you start appreciating even the small things that people do, your relationships improve and you feel more at ease. Ultimately, gratitude is a way of recognizing that even though life may not be perfect, there is always something to be thankful for. Seneca also emphasized that gratitude should not remain an internal feeling, it should be shared. Letting others know that you appreciate them strengthens your connections and adds a sense of harmony to your mental environment. Learning to release the past is also crucial for mental clarity. One of the most persistent sources of inner turmoil is our attachment to past events, whether it's mistakes we've made, missed chances, or painful experiences. Our minds can easily get stuck in loops, rehashing things we can no longer change. This habit creates unnecessary emotional weight, but the Stoics were clear about how we should approach the past. Epictetus advised us to remember that what has already happened is beyond our control, but how we respond to it now is entirely within our power. Letting go of the past doesn't mean pretending it never happened. It means accepting it for what it was and recognizing that we no longer have the ability to alter it. The past is fixed. Spending energy on regrets or what-ifs only creates more anxiety and stress. By learning to release these thoughts, you give your mind space to find peace. Clinging to the past is like carrying a backpack full of heavy stones. Each regret, each painful memory, each mistake is another burden. Eventually, that weight becomes so overwhelming that it robs you of your ability to fully experience and enjoy the present moment. Stoicism invites us to drop that weight, not out of denial, but out of acceptance. When you stop carrying the emotional baggage of the past, you begin to walk more lightly, more freely, and with a mind that is clearer and more at peace. Stoicism teaches us a powerful lesson: to release the weight we carry from the past. It encourages us to drop that emotional backpack, to take the lessons from our mistakes without allowing them to imprison us. Seneca captured this truth beautifully when he said we must not let the past rob us of the present. And that's exactly what happens when we cling to what's already gone. We lose our ability to be fully present, to live completely in the now. Every time our thoughts spiral into regrets, I should have done this, or I shouldn't have said that, we are squandering the precious opportunity to experience peace and clarity in the current moment. So, how do we truly let go of the past? One of the first steps is to reflect on what keeps us emotionally tied to that memory. Is it a decision we regret? A situation that turned out differently than we hoped? Ask yourself honestly, can I change this now? If the answer is no, then it's time to release it. Letting go doesn't mean pretending the event never happened, nor does it mean we ignore the lessons it brought. But once we've absorbed the insight, there is no benefit in carrying the emotional weight any further. Forgiveness becomes essential in this process, not only towards others, but also towards ourselves. Often, we are our own harshest critics. The things we struggle to let go of are usually our own past mistakes. But this is where Stoic wisdom offers comfort and clarity. We cannot go back and undo what was done. However, we do have the power to stop letting it control us. When we practice self-forgiveness, we lift the heavy burden of guilt and allow our minds the space to breathe, to rest. Epictetus wisely reminded us that learning is impossible if we are not willing to let go of our past errors. Holding on keeps us stuck in a cycle of regret, and if we continue to live in that space, replaying what went wrong, we block ourselves from moving forward into all the good we are still capable of. True learning emerges from acknowledging and accepting our failures, not from obsessing over them. A helpful exercise in this journey of release is visualization. Imagine those painful memories, those regrets, as if they were balloons in your hands. See yourself slowly letting them go, one by one, watching them drift further and further into the sky until they disappear into the distance. The goal isn't to erase them completely from your memory, but to stop gripping them so tightly. This simple act of imagination can lift a weight from your spirit and bring a sense of lightness, as if you are finally free from the emotional pressure those memories once held over you.
Gratitude also plays a healing role in letting go. When you focus on appreciation for the people in your life or for what those past experiences taught you, you shift your energy. Gratitude nurtures your relationships and soothes your mind by fostering a space of positivity and peace. It reminds you that life isn't only about the things that went wrong, it's also about the growth that came from them and the love that still surrounds you. Now, come along with me as we unravel the essence of Stoic wisdom and see how it can bring clarity and direction amidst the chaos of modern life. Discover the foundational ideas of Stoicism and learn how to apply them to your own journey with our ebook Stoic Mentality, a guide to contemporary living. You can find the link to it in the first pinned comment below. Let's begin. Everyone wants to see you succeed, but some only pretend to. Others will actively root for your downfall. That's why it's essential to learn self-reliance and remember that you are mortal. If you don't become independent and capable, the consequences later can be deeply painful. Let go of worrying about what others think. Really, who cares? Keep your thoughts to yourself and steer clear of fools. Their mindset is contagious. Some of your friends want to see you do well, just not better than them. The rest? They simply don't care. Learn to say yes and mean it. Don't agree to things just to make others feel comfortable. Always consult your own conscience before making commitments. Many people won't truly value you, especially when they see you as competition. Rule your life with your mind, not your emotions. Think back. Every poor decision you've made was likely driven more by emotion than reason. Always listen to your instincts. In ways you don't even realize, they understand things you haven't yet figured out. Know your worth and never put yourself on clearance. When you lower your value, others will too. Time moves fast. Be grateful. No matter how bad things seem, they could always be worse. Live like there's no tomorrow and focus on what you love. The money will come. Don't torture yourself with regret. No one is perfect. Stop chasing happiness. Focus on staying positive, and joy will follow naturally. Be mindful of those who say they love you. Many don't mean it. Often, they're using you. Trust yourself and trust your first instincts when making choices. Keep your expectations low when it comes to others, but always keep your standards high for yourself. Expecting too much from people is a formula for disappointment. Stay focused on your own growth. People will enter and leave your life. That's just how it goes. If you don't learn to control your mind, someone else will. Sometimes, the heartbreaks you experience are what finally clear your vision. Solitude is the price of growth. Be proud of yourself for surviving the days you thought would break you. Not everyone is going to like you, and that's okay. Stop oversharing. Most people don't care, and some are secretly hoping you fail. Be kind, but don't let people take advantage of you. It's better to be disliked for who you truly are than to be loved for pretending to be someone else. Don't destroy yourself trying to impress people who don't even have it together. Avoid those who make you feel alone, even when you're with them. Bad company is worse than no company at all. Make peace with your past so it doesn't ruin your present. Don't compare your life with others. You don't know the full story of their journey. Never underestimate how dangerous foolish people can be. No one else is going to figure out your life for you. It's your responsibility. Sometimes, everything can go wrong all at once, no matter how well you planned. If you're too nice, people will walk all over you. Be prepared for that. A negative phase can start out of nowhere. You have to be willing to swallow your pain and grow by yourself.
Never let a single person be the source of all your happiness, because if they leave, they take your happiness with them. Trust carefully, not blindly. When you take on your friends' problems, you take on their burdens too. The smaller your circle, the fewer headaches you'll have. Never expect someone to catch you when you fall. Even if you're doing all the work for yourself, some people will still hurt you. But those rare few who are worth the pain, keep them close. Be proud of how hard you're trying. Don't look back. That's not the direction you're heading. Don't rely too heavily on anyone, because even your shadow disappears when you're in the dark. Focus on building your work and building your life. Work on yourself and build your fortune. In your lowest moments, you'll discover a lot. And remember, some of the best moments of your life still haven't happened yet. This is your world. Shape it, or someone else will. Bad habits are like soft beds, easy to fall into and hard to get out of. Nobody is too busy. It's always a matter of priorities. If something brings you joy, keep it quiet. The best decision I made was to stop telling everyone what I'm doing. Success without hard work is like trying to harvest where you never planted. Don't beg, don't chase, let life unfold. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. If no one offers help, do it alone. Take your financial well-being seriously. Money is a powerful shield against many of life's challenges. Guard your time. Many people don't deserve a second of it. What people think about you is none of your business. You can't change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and shape the ending. Being alone gives you the chance to reconnect with yourself. Sometimes you need to stop assuming the best in people and start observing their actions. Don't pretend to be better than you are. Live at your own pace. Life's too short to waste on hate. Your darkest moment might end up being the best thing that ever happened to you. Envy is a waste of your energy. You already have what you need to begin. If you don't ask, the answer is always no. Treat others the way you'd want to be treated. And if you tell the truth, there's nothing to remember. Life isn't always fair, but be good anyway. The ones who don't take risks never accomplish much. Don't trust words, trust actions. Do yourself a favor. Get rich. Life is easier with money, not with time. If you can survive the chaos in your own head, you can survive anything. If someone doesn't appreciate you, they don't deserve you. Learn how to heal quietly. Not everyone needs to hear your pain. Stop expecting things from people. Everything will come to you when the time is right. Be patient and trust the process. Failure is just a bruise. It's not permanent. Avoid gossip. It's poison for your mind. At the root of all suffering is attachment. Time eventually reveals what you truly mean to someone. Stress might be temporary, but the lessons it teaches you can stay with you forever. If someone tries to bring you down, it's because they're already below you. Money isn't everything, but it solves a lot. No matter how smart, successful, or attractive you are, no one likes arrogance. Humility means everything. Never feel ashamed of having a good heart. All the good you give out will return, and often multiply. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. Choose your circle wisely. The fastest way to grow is to be around people who are better than you. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. People want to see you do well, just not better than them. No is one of the most powerful words you can use. Don't exhaust yourself trying to please everyone. In your darkest moments, you'll often be alone, but those moments will make you wiser, stronger, and more courageous. No matter how kind or respectful you are, some people will still speak poorly of you behind your back. If you spend your life building someone else's dream, you're sacrificing your own. No matter how much good you do, people will always remember your mistakes. To get somewhere new, you must leave something behind. If you stay too long, you'll end up with nothing but regrets. You may not realize it, but the people you love the most are often your biggest weaknesses. The hard times are a blessing in disguise. They open your eyes to all the good you once took for granted. If you're impatient, life becomes harder. Patience, on the other hand, works miracles. Trust is easy to lose and hard to rebuild. Worrying won't fix tomorrow's problems. It only steals today's peace. Don't fear making tough decisions. Those are usually the ones that shape you the most. The more you hold on to your past, the less likely your future will shine with promise. Taking action is 10 times more powerful than simply reading or planning. Real-world experience remains life's greatest teacher. Every relationship, whether we admit it or not, carries some degree of self-interest. At the core, we are all a bit selfish. If you're not dating with marriage in mind, then you're probably in it for heartbreak. Let that sink in. A meaningful relationship begins with self-respect, because if you don't respect yourself, it's obvious to others. If you don't address misunderstandings quickly, they'll eventually become the very reason for distance between you and those you love. The people you care about could leave this world at any moment. Cherish them. Nothing is ever as simple as it appears. There's no better way to secure your future than by saving money consistently. The magic of compound interest can quietly transform your life. While good things often come to those who wait, they usually suffer during the wait. Still, the journey, though long and painful, is entirely worth it. Whether it's a machine, a home, or a relationship, regular maintenance is always less costly than fixing things after they're broken. In many places, your level of respect correlates with your financial status. We shed tears over people, but with time, those emotions fade, and time doesn't stop or rewind. Time is everything, and someday it will define who you became. When it's all said and done, what will really matter is your health and what you accomplished. Pain often leads us to our wisest choices because the fear of feeling that same pain again is a powerful motivator. In your darkest hours, you'll begin to see things more clearly. The harder your past was, the more radiant your future has the potential to be. You're unlikely to live a truly comfortable life with just one income stream. You need to create more. Most of what you fear will never actually happen. You attract what you embody. So if you want to do better, you have to become better. Learn how to cook a few simple meals. It's a life skill that will serve you well. Patience isn't weakness, it's strength. Sometimes you have to let go of something good to make space for something even better. Never accept disrespect, not even from yourself. Listen more and speak less, because wisdom often comes wrapped in silence. Make a budget and stick to it. Kindness is a universal language, one that even the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Worrying may feel like doing something, but in reality, it's like a rocking chair. It keeps you occupied but gets you nowhere. You can't begin a new chapter of your life if you're still rereading the last one. The best views only come after the hardest climbs. Success doesn't always shout. Sometimes it's just that quiet little voice at day's end whispering, "I'll try again tomorrow." Don't lose your sense of humor. Laughter is the soul's best medicine. You'll never see a rainbow if your head is always down. Pay off your credit card bills. It'll save you stress in the long run. The best revenge isn't anger, it's massive success. The more you give, the more life gives you in return. Tough times never last, but strong people do.
The most precious currency isn't money, it's time. Spend it carefully. A ship might be safest in the harbor, but that's not why ships are built. How you treat others says more about you than it does about them. Life isn't about having what you want. It's about wanting what you already have. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Take the moment you have and make it perfect. Believe in yourself, and everything else will eventually fall into place. Don't fear taking risks or trying something new. Life's far too short to always play it safe. Own your actions. That's what maturity looks like. Take a deep breath. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. Don't say someday. Say now, because someday may never come. Give to small charities. Acts of kindness change lives. If someone never makes mistakes, it likely means they've never tried anything new. You can't change the wind's direction, but you can always adjust your sails to reach your goals. When life finally gets better, you'll look back and be glad you didn't give up. Forgive your ex. Let go of the people who are wrong for you. Only then can the right ones arrive. God knows when to send exactly what you need. No regrets. Just do better next time. There will always be someone who doesn't value you. Just don't let that someone be you. Seek genuine respect, not shallow attention. Be careful whom you trust. Salt and sugar look almost identical. Some things need to end for better things to begin. Time will always reveal what's true. If you truly matter to someone, they'll find a way, even if life separates you. So appreciate every moment with those you love. Stay private, stay discreet, and don't tell everyone everything. Handle your personal life with care. Money is a means, not an end. The real goal is freedom. You're responsible for your own happiness. If you depend on others to create it for you, you'll constantly be disappointed. Do what no one else can do, and you'll become what no one else can become. Stay calm. You've overcome tough times before, and you will again. A negative mindset will never lead to a positive life. If someone treats you like an option, walk away. Choose experience over possessions, because memories are life's true riches. Accept what is. Let go of what was. Trust in what will be. There are so many people who love you. Don't waste your energy on those who don't. You deserve everything: the career, the love, the family, the peace, the life. Your vision might be blurry now, but with time and patience, it'll clear up. Patience is your quiet ally. Never forget the people who stood by you in hard times. You are enough, just as you are. You have nothing to prove to anyone. No matter how painful your past was, you always have the chance to begin again. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to reach the best. You'll remain alone until someone sees your true worth. Take care of your body. It's a different kind of wealth. If you can make a woman laugh, you can make her believe anything. Hard times always show you who your real friends are. Better days are coming. Yes, you may wake up with a heavy heart some mornings, but remember, your strongest muscle and your worst enemy is your mind. Train it. Someone else's success doesn't diminish your own. Don't let the same people hurt you more than once. Accept that some people love to blame others. They'll even blame you for things you didn't do. Stop complaining. It's wasted energy. Besides, who's really listening? You can't control everything or everyone, but you can always control yourself. And that's even better. Always move at your own pace, not based on expectations from society, friends, or family. If the house is messy and the garden is wild this weekend, it's okay. In the future, you'll remember the fun you had, not the tidy home. Make time for joy. Learn to say, I don't know. Be frugal. Eat simple, real food. Avoid wheat and limit carbs. The more you learn, the more foolish small minds will seem. Pay close attention to people's red flags. Block them out early. It'll save you so much pain and wasted time. Never take on responsibilities that don't belong to you. Never compromise your worth. Trust your instincts. And above all, never take your loved ones for granted. Set firm boundaries. Be selective about who gets access to your life. If you truly want to grow, find someone worth serving. Service gives you experience, connections, and a reputation for reliability. True mastery only comes from practice. Buy and rent what you can afford. The fewer things you own, the lighter your life will feel. Life is rarely black and white. Often, there is no right or wrong choice. Sometimes, you just have to wing it. Don't walk away from someone just to teach them a lesson. Walk away because you've learned yours. Life is far from over, but it's also incredibly short. If there's something you want to do, don't put it off. But also, don't trade your long-term goals for short-term pleasures. When you're unsure, just take the next small step. Build relationships with people you admire, not just those who accept you easily. Surround yourself with people whose values and habits you admire, not simply those who are easiest to connect with or who readily accept you. The people you spend your time with will heavily influence your direction in life. Be cautious not only about who you choose to marry, but even more so about the kind of person you become in a marriage. If you become a parent, understand that making mistakes is a necessary part of learning and growth. Don't wait too long to start. Time slips by quickly. The older you get, the harder it becomes to change your habits or direction. Aside from your family, most people don't care about your struggles or triumphs. Begin saving money now. Avoid the temptation to spend on extravagant homes, flashy cars, or maxed-out credit cards. In the long run, you'll find much more peace in financial stability. Life is rarely as terrible as it seems in the moment, and rarely as amazing as you hope it will be. Guard your health. Without it, nothing else matters. No amount of wealth can bring joy if you're constantly suffering physically or mentally. Aim to get married before turning 30, and if you want children, try to have them before 35. Work diligently and earn well before you hit 40, and strive to establish passive income sources by 50. Make it a goal to retire before 60. Do all you can for your family out of love, but don't expect anything in return, not even from your partner. You will never regret saying, "I love you" to someone, so don't wait until it's too late. Make it a habit to save money regularly. A small amount each week or month can bring a huge sense of security and peace. It might be hard to believe, but having a financial cushion truly contributes to your happiness. If something in your life is functioning well, don't tamper with it unnecessarily. Be loyal in your relationships or choose to stay single. It really is that straightforward. Expect nothing and learn to appreciate everything. Gratitude for the small, often overlooked aspects of life is what leads to inner peace. The harder you work, the more you seem to get lucky. Don't take things personally. People's actions are often reflections of their own inner battles. Forgive easily and be understanding, but don't allow yourself to be taken for a fool. Don't say maybe when you really want to say no. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Your self-respect must always outweigh your emotions. Don't let success inflate your ego or failure shatter your spirit. Discipline
is the highest form of self-respect. If you're a generous person, know your limits, because others often won't respect them. Don't waste energy explaining yourself to people who have already made up their minds. They'll only hear what aligns with their perceptions. Accept constructive criticism, but never tolerate disrespect. If there's something you truly want, don't give up. Waiting is hard, but living with regret is harder. When you're angry, remain silent until your emotions settle. In life, you always have 3 choices: watch things happen, make them happen, or be confused about what just happened. Stay strong, even when it feels like everything is falling apart. People will judge you no matter what, so be true to yourself. You don't have to win every argument. Sometimes, agreeing to disagree is the wiser path. Live with no regrets, just lessons. Don't worry, just accept. Let go of expectations and embrace gratitude. Life is fleeting. The calmer your mind, the clearer your thoughts. The more genuine interest you show in others, the more engaging you will seem to them. If you never allow yourself to fall, you're just slipping through life. Hatred is a curse. It doesn't wound the one it's directed at, but it deeply harms the one who carries it. Let go of resentment like it's poison. We suffer more from our imagined fears than from actual reality. People evolve. Love can hurt. Friends might walk away. Life may not always go as planned, but it continues. So must you. Learn to say no without guilt. Explain your boundaries when needed and strive to be a good person, but don't waste your time proving it. Share your dreams sparingly, especially not with everyone you call a friend. Trust carefully. Keep your goals private until they are achieved. If you want to be seen as trustworthy, be honest. No one will care about your aspirations the way you do. You are the only person responsible for bringing them to life. Let go of past pain, but never forget the lessons they brought you. Controlling others may seem like power, but true strength lies in mastering yourself. Even the kindest souls have their limits. The path you choose matters more than how fast you're going. Control your thoughts, or they'll control you. Keep your personal life private. Discretion is strength. Don't make life-altering decisions when you're overwhelmed by fleeting emotions. To reach your highest self, you must first be capable of enduring the lowest points. As long as you're breathing, there's no obstacle you can't outlast. Thinking you're always right leaves no room for growth. Be patient. The best moments often arrive unannounced. Never regret any day. Good ones bring happiness, bad ones teach you, the worst days offer wisdom, and the best give memories. Life is a single, irreplaceable opportunity. Use it wisely. Be authentically yourself. Not everyone has to like you, and that's perfectly okay. Free yourself from the pressure to follow society's advice. Many don't even know what they're doing themselves. It might hurt at first, but eventually it makes you stronger. It's okay to walk certain paths alone. Your goals are personal and sacred. The family you build can be even more meaningful than the one you were born into. Life is short. Live it fully. Love is rare. Embrace it when it comes. Anger is harmful. Face it honestly. Moments of sweetness. Cherish them deeply. Missing someone doesn't necessarily mean they belong in your life. Sometimes missing is just part of healing. As you age, attend as many funerals as your heart can handle and listen to what people say. They rarely speak of accomplishments. Instead, they remember the kind of person someone was during their lifetime. Make sure you have at least one person who offers honest feedback. Be kind, generous, and gracious, but don't let others take advantage.
Clinging too tightly to anything will only bring anxiety. Life doesn't unfold the way we want just because we wish it to. Pay attention to people's actions more than their words. Don't react with immediate anger. Let time settle your thoughts before responding. Words spoken in rage can't be undone. Keep your privacy sacred. There's no use regretting the past. You did your best with the knowledge you had at the time. People will see you for who you are, not who you needed them to be. Don't jump to conclusions. Be perceptive and give others time to reveal their true character. Never underestimate contempt. It can be deeply damaging. If someone consistently belittles or talks down to you, whether socially or professionally, remove them from your life. Never lend money unless you can afford to lose it. Borrowing may last days, but recovering it from careless hands can take years. Solve your problems before discussing them with others, especially friends. No matter how tough it gets, don't expose your weaknesses to those who might use them against you. People often enjoy watching others stumble. Don't give them that pleasure. Listen closely to those who tell you uncomfortable truths. Avoid the trap of self-pity. It's dangerously consuming. Just because you're in a dark place now doesn't mean you won't smile again. Pain is temporary. Sadly, we use our health to chase wealth, only to spend all our wealth later seeking one healthier day. Grudges don't harm those we resent. They only hurt us. Haters don't suffer. Only the ones who carry that hate do. Time will shape you more than anything else. It's the truest judge. You can't fight it. The only constant in life is change. Embrace it and you'll grow. Say please and thank you often. You can't rewrite the past, but you can shape the future by learning from it. One of the heaviest burdens we carry is expectation. It's better to be alone than with someone who brings you down. Once you stop chasing the wrong people or things, the right ones find their way in. There are no shortcuts to places worth going. You won't know how strong you are until strength is your only option. Don't let what you can't do overshadow what you can do. The best way to build confidence is to face what you fear. A river doesn't cut through rock because of force, but because of persistence. There's no elevator to success. You'll need to take the stairs. The greatest risk in life is not taking any at all. Happiness isn't something to delay for someday. It's something you must create now. Life won't get better by accident. It gets better with intention and effort. The only real limits are the ones you impose on yourself. A small act of prevention is worth more than any cure. Focus on what you can influence and release what you can't. Take time to savor life's simple pleasures. Within them often lies our deepest joy. Give without expecting anything back. The only time you should look back is to see how far you've come. You can't live a positive life with a mind trapped in negativity. Doubt kills far more dreams than failure ever will. When life puts you under pressure, remember that even diamonds are made that way. If you're feeling exhausted, don't quit. Rest instead. Don't let yesterday's shadows dim the light of tomorrow. Never delay your joy waiting for a perfect moment. Tomorrow isn't promised. The first step to moving forward in life is deciding that you are no longer willing to remain in the same place. Rather than chasing after people, particularly women, focus on your personal growth, values, and cultivating kindness. The right person will come into your life at the right time without the need to chase after them. Never lower your head in defeat. Instead, keep it held high and face the world with confidence. The true measure of a man's character is revealed by what he does when no one is watching. You don't need to win every argument. Sometimes it's more important to simply agree to disagree. Make the decision to spend time with older individuals whose wisdom and life experiences are invaluable. Keep your circle small and maintain a private life, for peace of mind often comes with solitude. It's important to recognize that sometimes we create our own disappointments through the expectations we place on others. It's okay to make mistakes because they are a sign that you are trying. Remember, it's not things that should matter most to you, but people. And even the smallest lie can destroy the biggest trust. Be kind and generous, not because you expect something in return, but because it reflects the goodness within you. Embrace solitude as it provides time for self-reflection and personal growth. Trust is something not everyone will earn, and it's important to acknowledge that not everyone will be trustworthy. Don't shy away from expressing your feelings, as vulnerability is a sign of strength. Rejection is part of life, and learning to handle it with grace is essential. Remember, it's just a bad day, not a bad life, and things will improve in time. Be careful not to overthink or trust too much. Loving too deeply can lead to disappointment, and while you may face disappointments many times, how you respond is what truly matters. Never allow anyone to make you feel undeserving of what you want in life. Do what is right for you, even if it means hurting someone you love. The days that break you are often the ones that push you to grow the most. Time waits for no one. It simply urges you to either catch up or stay behind. Never allow a relationship to damage your mental health, and remember that your happiness cannot depend on others. Being overly kind to the point of self-sacrifice will eventually break you. Trust yourself, as you have already overcome many challenges, and you will continue to do so. Comfort often weakens you mentally, and sometimes loneliness is the price you pay for growth. You are who you are, and you don't need anyone's approval to live your life. Learn more from what people do, rather than just listening to what they say. Don't expect anything from anyone, as this will save you from disappointment. Take advantage of every opportunity, because regrets often come from the chances we didn't take. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Stop oversharing with others, as everyone comes into your life for a reason, but if they are meant to stay, they will. Your past is never a mistake if you've learned from it. When someone avoids you, respect their space and move on. People may forget what you said or did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Some people are destined to cross your path, but are not meant to stay forever. The direction you're heading in is more important than how fast you're moving. Never fall in love with the same person twice, because the second time, you're falling in love with the memories, not the person. View failure as a valuable teacher and a necessary stepping stone towards success. Celebrate even the small victories because they pave the way for larger accomplishments. Surround yourself with those who bring you peace and spend more time with them. Never be afraid to treat people the way they treat you. Be authentic and don't waste time on people who don't value you. Never hesitate to invest in yourself, as it pays off in the long run. Stop doubting yourself and believe in your potential. You can learn more about a person by what they say about others than by what others say about them. Trust your heart to guide you and let your mind lead you safely toward your goals. If you rely too heavily on one and neglect the other, you will lose balance. Life is a one-time experience, so do what makes you happy. You can't achieve great things if you're distracted by trivial matters. Remember that 5 years ago, you dreamed of being where you are today. Not everyone needs to be your friend, and that's perfectly okay. You don't always have to be on the move, doing something all the time. Take time to relax and give back, whether through a kind gesture or by helping someone in need.
Everything happens for a reason, so don't be afraid to experience suffering. It's a natural part of growth. Don't sacrifice your health to make money, as you'll likely end up spending that money trying to recover your health. Be kind to others, but don't allow them to take advantage of your generosity. Your efforts are never wasted, even if others don't appreciate them. How others perceive you is not nearly as important as how you view yourself. To live like a king, you must work tirelessly toward your goals. Everything you need will come to you at the right time, so trust the process. You entered this world alone, and you will leave it alone. Therefore, remember that you have the strength to achieve the impossible by relying on your own determination and perseverance. Expect lies, for they are part of life. In the end, you'll likely regret more the things you didn't do than those you did. Things do not bring happiness, experiences do. Stay silent in moments of happiness and also in moments of sadness, for both can be fleeting. Stop comparing yourself to others who may have started their journeys earlier. Focus on your own path, for you cannot change the beginning, but you can start right now and alter the end. If you waste money, you can always earn it back. But if you miss an opportunity, it may never return. Live with open eyes, ears, and heart, because strong people tend to be simple. You spend your first 20 years worrying about what others think of you, your next 20 swearing you no longer care, and then you realize, in your later years, that others are not thinking about you as much as you once believed. Never reveal your weaknesses to others. Always strive to showcase your best qualities, and never let your enemies see you at your lowest. Time passes swiftly. One day you're 30, and the next you're 50. Plan now how you want the rest of your life to unfold. Excellence is not a gift. It is a skill that requires practice. We don't perform excellently because we are inherently excellent. We achieve excellence by consistently acting with intention, effort, and intelligence. Our choices, not chance, determine our destiny. Friendship is a quick bond, but true friendship is something that matures over time. Happiness is the ultimate goal of life, the meaning and purpose behind our existence. A friend to all is often a friend to none. Patience may be bitter in the moment, but its fruits are sweet for those who learn to endure. Parents who educate their children well deserve greater honor than those who simply gave them life, for it is education that shapes the future. Music and the arts provide the keys to understanding life as they touch the deepest parts of our souls. Poets, though sometimes unaware of their own understanding, express what cannot be said plainly. To know oneself is the beginning of all wisdom, and an educated mind can entertain different thoughts without immediately accepting them. True friendship is when two souls are intertwined in understanding and trust. Educating the heart alongside the mind is what truly constitutes an education. Hope is the waking dream that drives us forward, for no great mind has existed without a touch of madness. Happiness is within our control, and while anyone can become angry, true mastery of emotion is being able to direct it toward the right person at the right time and for the right reason. Excellence is never a result of accident. It is the culmination of intention, effort, and intelligent choices. Friends may come easily, but true friendship requires time. Patience, though hard to cultivate, yields sweet rewards for those who persist. The most worthy individuals to honor are those who have educated and nurtured you, for it is their wisdom that will carry you through life. Children, though given life by their parents,
are more deserving of our respect and admiration because it is the mentors, the ones who teach them, who truly shape their future. Living well is often perceived as a struggle, but once a person conquers their fears, they will experience a profound sense of freedom. Those who seek knowledge, who strive to understand, and who take the time to impart that wisdom to others, are the ones who will experience true freedom and fulfillment. Educated individuals stand apart from the uneducated, just as the living stand apart from the dead. Trust should only be placed in one individual, for genuine trust is rare and hard-earned. I wish to see in you 3 things: the sorrow behind your smile, the love behind your anger, and the reasons behind your silence. If your absence doesn't make a difference to anyone, it suggests that you may never have truly mattered in their lives. Strive not for applause, but to work for a cause that is greater than yourself. Express yourself fully, not for the sake of impressing others, but because it is who you are. What occupies your thoughts will ultimately shape your reality. If challenges don't come your way, you'll remain unchanged. Be humble enough to admit when you're wrong and wise enough to remain silent when you're right. Understand that the moment you realize you deserve better, letting go will be the most empowering decision you can make. Always distinguish between what you are receiving and what you truly deserve. Never fear being different. Fear only the urge to outshine others for the wrong reasons. Respect is earned through honesty, trust through appreciation, and loyalty is something that is returned when you have been true to others. Remember, you must endure difficult days in order to fully appreciate the best ones. Every expert was once a beginner, and though the truth may cost nothing, a lie could cost you everything. Strength should be balanced by gentleness, for too much resistance can lead to breaking. A truly strong individual knows when to act with force and when to show restraint. The course of fortune and disaster often depends on knowing when to give up and when to persist. Those who lack the capacity to endure hardship are often the ones who face the greatest suffering. Sometimes, all we can do is endure our pain until the time comes when it can be healed or resolved. To solve a problem, it's essential to address its cause, not just its symptoms. The highest form of knowledge is knowing that we don't know everything, while the greatest torment comes from thinking we know when we truly don't. True intelligence lies in understanding others, while wisdom is found in understanding oneself. Strength is about dominating others, but true power is about controlling oneself. A branch that is too rigid will break, and too much resistance ultimately leads to destruction. A strong person understands when to use force and when to give in, and they know that good fortune and disaster hinge on this delicate balance. Only that which is of no use to the empire is worthy of being discarded. At the center of yourself lies the answer. You know who you are and what you want. Life is a continuous series of natural and spontaneous changes. Resist not these changes, for doing so only brings sadness. Let reality be as it is, and allow things to flow naturally to their rightful place. Kindness in speech fosters trust. Kindness in thought creates depth, and kindness in action cultivates love. A mind preoccupied with concepts often prevents one from experiencing things directly. A person bound by concepts can never truly understand the essence of life. Trying to explain something like Zen is akin to trying to trap the wind in a box. Once you close the lid, the wind ceases to exist. Over time, it becomes stagnant air. Sometimes your circle of influence may shrink, but in doing so, you gain greater courage. One day, you'll wake up and realize that time has run out to do all the things you've always dreamed of. Don't wait. Do them now. There's only one thing worse than a hardened heart, and that's a soft head. True success doesn't come without effort. Compound interest grows the best rewards, just as persistence through adversity builds strength and character. The more you dwell on your misfortunes, the greater their power to harm you. The path to health requires you to eat what you don't like, drink what you find unappealing, and do what you would rather not do. Avoid arguing with those who are not capable of reason. They will only drag you down to their level and eventually defeat you through sheer persistence. A broken promise may hurt, but it's often better than none at all. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, you are right. Never hit someone if you can avoid it, but if you must act, do so with honor. Make the most of your resources and circumstances. Remember that a gem cannot be polished without friction, and neither can a man be perfected without trials. Suffering before it is necessary only leads to unnecessary pain. We should not follow the crowd blindly, but rather choose our own path, even if it leads us away from the popular one. We often love ourselves more than others, yet we care more about the opinions of others than our own. Luck is simply what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Live as though you are already dead. All that remains is how you live the present moment. Focus on now, for everything else is either in the past or unknown. If you are feeling alone, it may be because you have neglected yourself. Don't worry about who is by your side. Learn to rest, not to give up. The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you discover why you were born. Adversity often prepares ordinary people for extraordinary destinies. Positive thinking is a powerful tool, often making everything better than negative thinking ever could. The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Your past should serve as a place of learning and growth, not a place where you live forever. Don't rush the process. Trust that big things take time. Big dreams require healthy habits, and healthy habits require self-discipline. If you can stay positive in a negative situation, you will find victory. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you learn. Take a deep breath. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. You may fall 7 times, but you get up 8. If you believe it will work, you'll see opportunities. If you believe it won't, you'll only see obstacles. If you don't try, it will never happen. Don't give up on yourself. There's a reason why you began this journey toward becoming your best self. What you think in your mind becomes your reality. Making mistakes is better than pretending to be perfect. Accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. The calmer you are, the clearer your thoughts will be. The moment you want to give up is often when you need to push forward the most. Control your thoughts, or they will control you. Become a ghost. Forget about seeking attention and simply grow in private. 2 qualities define you: your patience when you have nothing, and your attitude when you have everything. Don't give up. Nothing lasts forever, not even pain. Keep things private until they're permanent. You only fail when you stop trying. You don't need more time. You need fewer distractions. Learn to value yourself above others. Tranquility comes when you let go of what is behind you, allowing you to focus on what lies ahead. To be your best, you must be prepared to face the worst. A goal without a plan is merely a wish. Life is about being yourself. Don't lose who you are by trying to be someone else. If life were predictable, it wouldn't be life. It would be tasteless. Life is like a coin. You can spend it however you wish,
but you only get to spend it once. Practice self-compassion, for we are all human, and we all make mistakes. Time heals almost everything. Give it time. Sometimes you have to let go of something good to make room for something better. What others think of you is none of your concern. You can't move forward in life if you keep dwelling on the past. The best view comes after the hardest climb, and you'll never see a rainbow if you're always looking down. Hard times don't last, but strong people do. While you can't change the direction of the wind, you can adjust your sails to reach your destination. There are no shortcuts to worthwhile destinations. A river cuts through rock, not because of its strength, but because of its persistence. Focus on what you can control and leave the rest behind. The only time you should look back is to see how far you've come. Doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. Diamonds are formed under pressure, and the first step to moving forward is deciding that you're not willing to stay where you are. Your true character is revealed by what you do when no one is looking. Don't waste your life trying to impress others. Stay away from those who make you feel small. No company is better than bad company. Don't compare your life to others, for you have no idea what their journey is like. Your life is your responsibility. Life may not always be fair, but it is still good. Those who are too afraid to take risks will never succeed in life. Do yourself a favor. Get rich in experiences, because life becomes easier when you have wealth, not time. To avoid disappointment, don't expect anything from anyone. Stress may be temporary, but the lessons it teaches last a lifetime. Keep moving forward, trust the process, and do it better next time. The harder you work, the luckier you'll become. If you are generous, remember to learn your limits, because not everyone will share the same generosity. In life, you have three choices. You can see things happen, make things happen, or wonder what happened. Live with no regrets, only lessons learned. Practice acceptance, gratitude, and be at peace with life, for it is too short. The more you care for others, the more fascinating you will find yourself. Show interest, as we tend to suffer more from the imagination of things than from reality. It's true that people change. Love can be painful, friends may leave, and things can slip away. But remember that life continues. Don't reveal what you're working on until it's complete. Your hopes and dreams are yours alone, and only you have the power to make them come true. Forget the hurt, but never forget the lessons it taught you. Strength comes from dominating others, but true power lies in mastering yourself. The path you choose is far more important than how fast you move along it. Never regret a day in your life. Good days bring happiness, bad days bring experience, the worst days bring lessons, and the best days bring memories. Life is fleeting, make the most of it. Love is complex and strange, hold on to it. Anger is destructive, let it go. Fear is paralyzing, face it. The people who are dear to you are precious, cherish them. Be cautious about relying too much on anyone in this world, for even your shadow will leave you in the dark. Never forget that some of your greatest moments have not yet occurred. Bad habits are like a comfortable bed, easy to fall into, but hard to escape. No one is truly too busy. It's all about priorities. If something makes you happy, keep it to yourself. Be careful with whom you place your trust, as some may seem sweet on the surface, but hide hidden motives. Time always reveals how much you mean to others. Stay calm. You've faced challenges before, and you'll overcome them again. If people treat you as an option, then leave them as a choice. Value experiences over possessions, for memories are the true treasures of life.
Focus on those who love you and ignore those who don't. Your vision might blur at times, but it will clear up with time. Take care of your body. Your health is another form of wealth. Your mind is both your strongest ally and your worst enemy. Training yourself is more beneficial than the countless attempts of a beginner. In politics, we tend to think that anyone who knows how to win votes can effectively govern. But that's not always the case. When we're sick, we don't look for the most handsome or eloquent doctor. We seek the best treatment. Honor men more than the truth. There are two things you should never let anger consume you over: what you can control and what you cannot. When others speak badly of you, live your life in such a way that no one will believe them. The beginning of any endeavor is the most important part. Ask yourself, are we awake, or are all our thoughts just dreams? The purpose of education is to help us love the beauty of knowledge. A house with a library has a soul. Necessity is the mother of invention. Those who can see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will often never be understood, let alone believed, by the masses. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to a person. Wealth is truly found in living contentedly with little. When physical exercise is obligatory, it does not harm the body, but knowledge gained through forceful means doesn't stick to the mind. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder, and many people will dislike you, especially if they see you as a competitor. Always listen to your instincts. They will reveal truths you wouldn't expect. Rule your life with your mind, not your emotions. Every bad decision we've made in life was more emotionally driven than rational. Trusting yourself is a virtue. Life isn't about having good cards. It's about playing a bad hand well. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single flame, and your life will not be shortened by sharing happiness. At first, you choose a partner based on appearance, but you will later realize that values, not looks, will guide how you raise your children. If you expect the world to treat you fairly just because you're fair, you are deceiving yourself. Learn to say what you mean and mean what you say. Resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it will hurt your enemies. You can always make money, and the world won't end because you don't have a fixed income. Something else will come along. Your friends want you to do well, but not better than them. Don't worry about the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This is real. If you want to know someone, observe the 5 people they interact with the most. When you're trying to break a habit, don't tell yourself it's the last time you'll do it. Tell yourself it's the first time you won't. Be mindful of small expenses, for small leaks will sink a large ship. Never compare your life to someone else's. Their life may appear better, but they have struggles you've never heard of. If they don't have what you want, don't listen to what they say. Justifying your actions to people living a life you don't desire is a waste of time. Keep your personal matters to yourself and avoid the company of fools. Stupidity is contagious. Not everything in this world should be your concern. Some problems are simply none of your business. Focus on what directly affects you, and you'll find more happiness. Your worth is not defined by someone else's failure to recognize it. Life can only be understood looking backward, but we must live it moving forward. Don't ignore problems that you see on the horizon. Foresight is a gift, so don't waste it. He who laughs at himself will never run out of things to laugh about. Decision-making, like coffee, needs time to cool down. Don't judge a day by the harvest, but by the seeds you plant. Every failure brings with it the experience to do better next time. Pay attention to those who say they love you, as they might not always mean it. They might just be using you. Trust your instincts.
especially when it comes to decisions. You spend all your health to acquire wealth, then spend all your wealth to regain your health. Those who say you can't achieve something are usually just afraid of you doing it. Be cautious about who you call your friends. Sometimes 4 trustworthy people are worth more than 100 who aren't. Don't feel pressured to conform. Keep moving forward. The feeling will pass, and you'll remain. Lower your expectations, as high expectations of yourself and others often lead to chronic dissatisfaction. The problems your friends face will eventually become your own. The smaller your social circle, the fewer problems you'll have. Today, you are the oldest you've ever been and the youngest you'll ever be again. What begins in anger often ends in shame. Don't set yourself on fire to keep others warm. The only true error is one from which you learn nothing. Success is 5% intelligence and 95% consistency. Learn to be self-sufficient, for independence and resourcefulness are vital. People tend to stay in one place because of what they value. A ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what ships are built for. People are good at keeping secrets, but you don't always know everyone's true nature. Some teach you about love and support, while others teach you what to avoid. Not everyone wants to see you succeed, and some will go to great lengths to see you fail. If people were to feel the pain they've caused you, you would lose the strength you've gained. Don't fear the shadow. It only means there's light nearby. If you want to get rich, focus on saving as much as earning. Stop worrying about what others think. When you laugh, people laugh with you. When you cry, it's only when you try to please everyone that you end up pleasing no one. Be yourself. Others are already taken. It's possible to make mistakes and still lose. That's not weakness, it's life. Don't reveal your thoughts or knowledge too openly. Keep some secrets, because today's friend could be tomorrow's enemy. A busy person is rarely visited by idle friends, and flies don't land in boiling pots. Don't get caught up in regrets. No one is perfect. Don't pursue happiness, just stay positive, and joy will follow. Stop trying to please everyone. You need enemies to succeed. Without them, you wouldn't take their advice or criticism. Everyone falls, but it's in getting up that we learn to walk. You're not a product of your circumstances, but of your decisions. Focus on yourself. People come and go, and you don't always notice your progress because you're constantly raising the bar. There are 2 wolves inside all of us, one bad, one good. Which one will win? The one you feed. Loneliness is the price of personal growth. Judgment is inevitable, so embrace it, no matter the outcome. Don't live to impress others, live to impress yourself. Comparison steals joy, so focus on your own path. Never be so kind that you forget to be clever, and never be so clever that you forget kindness. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Complaining and lamenting never lead to results. Life's challenges aren't there to paralyze you, but to reveal who you really are. Sacrificing your progress for a friend may not be reciprocated if the roles were reversed. Never compare your life to another's. You don't know their journey. People will forget what you said and what you did, but they will always remember how you made them feel. People lie most during elections, wars, or after a hunt. The more you like yourself, the less you'll need others. If you want something you've never had, you have to do something you've never done. Walk away from people who make you feel alone. No company is better than bad company. Write your sad moments in the sand, but your happy ones in stone. Be kind, but don't let people take advantage of you. The world doesn't care about your potential. It cares about what you've done.
You're not responsible for the first thought that crosses your mind, but you are responsible for the second. Those who have a reason to live can endure almost anything. Never underestimate the power of foolish people. Don't wait. Knowledge begins with knowing a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. Circumstances may shape you, but they do not define you. You are here for a reason, even if you don't fully understand it yet. Patience is essential, and being grateful for life's small blessings is vital. If you enjoyed this video, like, subscribe, and comment so YouTube knows these types of videos are helping people like you. This will help us continue creating content like this in the future.